Good morning to all of you. 1 minute. Hello, all of you. How are you doing? Good morning. So, completed all your 5 heads of income yesterday evening. How comfortable you were when we have done all the concepts. We have revised everything in the 5 heads in the morning. And I said, evening, I have given you the selected problem also. Income from other sources, seventh problem. Like that, I remember house property, some problems. So, were you all comfortable in doing that? Any doubts are there? Ask me. And hope you have completed one day I have taken for GST chapters, that too hardly 55 minutes of lecture, accounts and records, TDS, TCS, place of supply. Okay, these are the topics which are recently added, and directly the question will come. And accounts and records and TDS, so it's like MCQ can be asked at the most, right? So this is the way we are going today. Some more topics I'll give in the GST also, and the schedule for this DT marathon second part is we have completed 5 heads of income. Now we'll go in the sequence. After my 5 heads, I will decide others income which is added in my return, that is clubbing of income. Clubbing of income is usually a part in your question number 41 only, which is for 14 marks. I mean, say the total part. Okay. So clubbing of income we will be doing now. After that, set off carry forward, just 15-20 minutes. I'll tell you exactly the rules you need to take care. Okay. After this, we will do deductions. Deductions, I'll spare more time in ATC, ATD, ATTT, ATTTB, which are the routine ones asked repeatedly. After deductions, we'll take a break, and then we will be doing two most important topics, TDS, TCS in your DT compiler. At the end, I have added all the past exam questions right from the beginning, that is from 2021 December. Okay? So what we will do specifically for TDS, TCS, important ones. I'm going to skip some sections which I feel I've taught in my DT सारथी. अब ठीक है, ऊपर से देखना है तो देखो, नहीं तो छोड़ दो. But important ones which I'm expecting them to ask question, like 194N, 194RS, recently added, online gaming. So these are the TDS sections, and related to this, all the exam problems. Okay. I'm not taking past exam problems for all the topics. In जो routine में आएगा वो आ जाएगा chapter के साथ. But TDS, TCS, yes, definitely. We want to do the question because it is as good as a chapter. All the 5 heads, the weightage is 7 marks minimum. Set off carry forward also 6 marks problem, 1 MCQ. Same way for this also. TDS, TCS, 2 marks ke 3 bits they will ask you, and 1 TDS comes either in the case studies or in MCQs. So 6 to 8 marks is the weightage. We will do that. Yeah. And good suggestion by one of the student. I have already covered the tax rates and 115 BAC in detail in my tax amendment revision lecture 1. But I got a very good suggestion, ma'am. Can you give comparative? Yes. On a single page, we'll write 115 BAC mein self-occupied, no loss. Here you can show loss up to 2 lakhs. Here you can claim 35D, here you can't. Like that, we will just do it in 15 minutes. So this is the schedule. Are you all energetic, up and with me, right? Shall we begin with the first one, that is clubbing of income. When I am filing my own return, there are 5 to 6 cases when others' income is clubbed in my hands. When others' income is clubbed in on my hands, let it be clubbed headwise. Is it clear to you? Huh? For example, if minor's income is clubbed in the hands of parent and minor has got some interest, in my hands also it will be clubbed in income from other sources. Right? Okay. And suppose my spouse is getting salary in a firm where I am having substantial interest. Just an example I'm giving, Abhi, I'm yet to start. So my spouse is getting salary and he's not qualified. Still, he's getting salary in the firm where I am having major partnership and all. So that will be clubbed in my hands in the salary chapter or in the business head. So what I want to say is clubbing is done headwise. So chalo, coming 15 minutes now dedicated to clubbing of income. I'm not going to the DT compiler. I'm going to the notes we have written in the Sarathi practice batch. दैट डे एवरी डे दीप्ति मैम से ये पक्का सुना होगा कि सिंक होने के लिए इंक इट टू सिंक इट. दिस इज कॉमनली व्हाट आई सेड. दैट्स व्हाई इन प्रैक्टिस बैच आल्सो आई मेड यू राइट सो मेनी नोट्स, है ना. चलो, tomorrow we are doing ITC and value of supply past exam questions along with the revision of the topic, and some more topics I'll just brush up. Exemption hai, your registration return, like that. Okay. Clubbing of income means when A is transferring income to B without transfer of the asset. When you transfer the income, for example, A is the owner of the property, okay, and he says to the tenant, don't pay the rent to me, pay the rent to my younger sister B. So though B is receiving rent, who is the owner of the property? A. So who is going to, in whose income it is going to be taxable? A. I want to repeat, clubbing of income is very simple, but you will struggle alone. उससे अच्छा यहाँ पे साथ साथ में कर लो. A is transferring the income to B without transferring the asset, then this is as good as diversion of income, taxable in the hands of A. Second case, section 61. Raj transfers the asset to Simran, but it is revocable. Raj is saying, I'm going abroad. You keep the shares, you enjoy the income. When I come back, I'll take back. So this is a transfer which is revocable. Then income will be taxable in the hands of Raj. But if it is irrevocable during the lifetime of Raj, then it is taxable in the hands of irrevocable. Matlab, Raj is saying, till I am alive, these shares belongs to you, and then I will transfer it to my son. After Raj is deceased, it will be transferred to his son. So whenever asset is transferred, but it is revocable, you are keeping your interest in that asset, then it is going to be taxable in the hands. So what are the two cases we have discussed? Transfer of income without transfer of asset. I am the owner of property. I am getting rent. I am saying to my tenant, just pay the rent to my son. And actually my son is enjoying in paying his college fees and all. I am not getting any benefit, but still I am the owner of the property. That will be taxable in my hands. And section 61, transfer of the assets which is revocable. This one is beautiful. Sections, if you remember, okay, otherwise clubbing of income में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बस एक ही सेक्शन है जो आपको याद रखना है. जब आएगा इसके बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे. Done? Anything not clear, keep messaging me. Live chat is on. Good morning all of you. God bless you all for keeping up this energy and joining the live class. Chalo. Ramlal is a partner in a partnership firm, or he is a director in a company, and Mrs. Ramlal is working as accountant. So she is receiving salary remuneration and she is not qualified. So husband is either a director in a company or a partner in partnership firm, or having more than 10% voting right. We call it substantial interest. And wife is getting salary. If she is qualified, yes, then not taxable. I mean, it will be taxable in the hands of the Mrs. Ram only. I hope you are getting. If wife is a chartered accountant and she is working as accounts head in husband's company, no problem. But if she is not qualified, income is clubbed in the hands of Ramda. Okay? Right. Now, everything about minor. Minors, when they get income from talent, skill, it is not clubbed. Separate return of minor is to be filed by the parent as representative SSA. So, Indian Idol juniors, like that, so many dance competitions and music shows and all are there, where below 18 years children are participating and earning huge. So that income is not clubbed with the income of the parent. Okay. Other than this, income of minor is clubbed in the hands of the parent who is having highest income before clubbing. Husband and wife may be mutually clubbing will happen, no? So husband wife's income clubbing karke come to a level. Now see whose income is highest. Whoever's income is highest in the first year, all minors' income will be clubbed in their hands. If I say we are 4 sisters, 2 will be taken care by father, 2 will be taken care by mother, ऐसा नहीं होता है. All the 4 minor sisters' income will be clubbed in the hands of parent who's having highest income in that first year, जब clubbing हो रहा है. अच्छा, so this year my income is clubbed in the hands of father. Next year, my mother is having more higher income. Still, my income will be clubbed in the hands of father. All right. In case of divorce, okay, when the partners are not staying together, then minor's income will be clubbed in the hands of the parent who maintains the minor child. And for every minor's income clubbed in the hands of the parent, under section 1032, parent will get an exemption up to 1500 per child. Are you all with me? 1500 per child. No maximum limit of 2 children, and minors include married minor daughter also. Exam में पूछते हैं कभी कभी ऐसे. Married minor daughter, step child, adopted child, ये सब. So for every child's income clubbed in that, if income clubbed is 800, up to 800 exemption. If income clubbed is 8,000, up to 1500 exemption. Okay, right. Chalo. Now, let us see some 4 special cases. Clubbing chapter, I remember since the time I am a student, it's not changed yet. Yeah. Don't ignore this thinking कि ये इतना important नहीं है clubbing. 15 मिनट में हो जाएगा और बड़ा काम का चैप्टर है. I to feel that. 1 second, dear students. Yeah. So now let us check 4 cases wherein, say, husband has transferred the asset to wife. Mr. Arhan has gifted the asset to wife. अब husband wife को ही gift करेगा, no problem. Without adequate consideration, he has transferred some asset, a necklace, a property, a open plot. As long as wife is enjoying, no problem. Moment she starts getting income from that, husband transferred a farmhouse to wife. Wife has started giving the farmhouse for birthday parties. So now income derived from that asset will be clubbed in the hands of husband. Spouse, husband ke liye wife, wife ke liye husband. Wife has transferred asset to husband, no problem. But if husband's wife has transferred one car to husband, no problem. It's a beautiful BMW car. But as soon as husband starts giving it on rent and deriving income from that car, that will be clubbed in the hands of wife. Clear to all of you? Now, husband has transferred the asset to daughter-in-law. Father-in-law or mother-in-law has transferred, individual has transferred any asset to daughter-in-law. Income will be clubbed in the hands of A. So you cannot transfer the asset to your spouse or to daughter-in-law. As long as they enjoy, no problem. But if they start getting income, that income will be clubbed in the hands of Mr. Arhan. ठीक है? Clear है सबको? अब देखो. Mr. A has transferred the asset to a third person. Wife को transfer किए तो clubbing provision will come. So Mr. A is very smart. He is transferring the asset to a third person, where beneficiary is Mrs. A. Then also income will be clubbed. Husband has transferred the asset to daughter-in-law, where beneficiary is this. What do you call? Beneficiary in case of the daughter-in-law is the beneficiary. समझ में आ रहा है? Direct daughter-in-law को transfer किए तो clubbing हो जाएगा. तो we have transferred it, say, to a private trust, a firm, an HUF, where the main beneficiary is daughter-in-law. So indirectly also, if the benefit goes, it's going to be taxable. Okay? Right. Clear to all of you? Is my speed fine? It's a very easy topic. So 6-7 cases we have seen. Now let us check the income of HUF. You know, HUF mein Mr. A is karta, Mrs. A son, daughter, these are co-partners. Now Mr. A transfers his personal property to HUF. Whatever income is derived, it will be clubbed in the hands of Mr. A. समझ में आ रहा है? Mr. A says, okay, this my personal property also belongs to the common hodgepodge, HUF. Now, whatever income is derived, that is clubbed in the hands of Mr. A. Now, suppose that property is partitioned. Mr. A has transferred the asset to HUF and the property gets partitioned. Okay. Then, whatever income is derived by Mrs. A from her part, see, Mr. A transfers any asset to Mrs. A, clubbing provisions will attract. So Mr. A transferred the property to HUF, or HUF ka one part has gone to Mrs. A indirectly, and Mrs. A is getting rental income from that property. That will be clubbed in the hands of Mr. A. समझ में आया? Suppose ये जो property है, Mr. A ने अपना एक hotel, Mr. A name one hotel was there. That hotel he has thrown in common hodgepodge. Now that hotel gets partitioned and 1/4 share of the hotel comes to Mrs. A. So 1/4 rental income derived by Mrs. A, which she is getting from HUF, is indirectly from Mr. A. So clubbing provisions will attract. Clear? Right. Now next example I have made you write here is for accretion to the asset. Income will be clubbed. Income on income will not be clubbed, beta. हाँ देखो सेट ऑफ कैरी फॉर्मेट में बार बार बोल रही हूँ इट्स एज गुड एज योर कैपिटल गेन चैप्टर का जितना वेटेज है ना उतना है एंड पढ़ना 1/4 है उससे या Mr. Beans has transferred a motor car to Mrs. Beans. She has derived rental income. This rental income will be clubbed in the hands of Mr. Beans. Clear or not? Yeah. Husband has transferred asset to wife. Wife is getting rental income. That rental income will be clubbed in the hands of the husband. Now, who is having the rental income? Wife, 1 lakh. That she has put in FD and she got FD interest 10,000. Will that be clubbed? No. Income is clubbed. Income on income is not clubbed. I have transferred motor car to my spouse. Motor car rental income is clubbed. But actually motor car rent is enjoyed by wife. Again on that income she got FD में डाल दिए तो FD interest है. Income on income is not clubbed. Yes, clear to all of you? Right. Same way, say A has transferred 1,000 shares to B. On that B received dividend. This dividend will be clubbed. Husband, wife, जो भी relative है, dividend club होगा. But on these shares, if the wife, who is holding the shares now, A has transferred RIL shares to wife. Wife is getting bonus, accretion to the asset, addition to the asset. Will that be clubbed? No. Followed all of you? And I want all of you to write here in between. I hope you all have this notes also. If you are with me for 25 days, DT Sarathi batch, है ना? Clubbing of income includes clubbing of losses. Ma'am, ये क्या dialogue हुआ? ये केस स्टडी में आता है आपको. Yours have been solving MTP, RTPs, exam papers, तो ये पता चलता है ऐसे. What does that mean, beta? Clubbing of income includes clubbing of losses. Means if my spouse, my son's rental income is clubbed in my hands, तो उसमें जो loss आएगा ना वो भी मेरे हाथ में आएगा. Correct or not? When income is clubbed in my hands, then losses also I will only set off. No? Clear? And last concept in this chapter is capital contribution. 3 to 4 marks question is asked. MCQ is also asked. देखो कैसे. Raj started a business with 3 lakh capital. Simran contributed 2 lakh. Wife ने भी contribute किया. या wife business शुरू कर रही है बुटीक का, husband ने contribute किया. Anyhow. So 5 lakh rupees, they got 50,000 profit. In 50,000, in the ratio of the capital, what is the share of Raj? 30,000. What is the share of Simran? 20,000. Okay, right? Then, if Raj has earned 50,000 profit and 2 lakh rupees is contributed by Simran, I'll not pay interest on 2 lakh to Simran. Simran ने मुझे loan नहीं दिया. Simran didn't give loan to Raj. Simran has contributed capital. So proportionate profit will be clubbed in the hands of spouse. Clear to all of you? But capital contribution you have to check beta on 1st of April. One of the exam they gave this in MCQ and this was also one answer 20,000. तो सबको लगा यही correct है. What is the taxable income for Simran? 20,000, 2 lakh capital, 3:2 ratio. But the answer was nil. If Simran has contributed the capital on 1st October, then no clubbing provisions will attract. Clubbing of capital contribution and this story happens only when the capital is contributed on 1st of April. That's all. Exactly 15 minutes we took after the introduction and this is over. Clubbing. पूछो, कोई doubt है तो आप पूछो. I don't think we need to read all this. यहाँ पे भी only 2 pages. Minors, income and all same detail is given. Still just scrolling once so that I can show you the presentation in one of the problems. Yeah, cross transfers. Sometimes if we transfer and if it is caught up, there are cases of cross transfers. You can read this example, it will be clear. देखो कैसे क्लबिंग हो रहा है. Mr. Y, Mrs. Y, minor. Income of minor from child artist. This will not be clubbed. Acha, even if they give business income first, whenever you compute the income, compute headwise, salary, house property, business head. First thing. Second thing is, we never compute the income column wise. But because in clubbing, we have to decide, husband ki income zyada hai ya wife ki, we will do the this column wise. Business income of husband के हाथ में loss है. Salary income from X Limited in which Mr. Y holds 25% voting power. So husband is having substantial interest, wife is getting salary, and Mrs. Y possesses BCom degree. Okay, she is having degree, so clubbing will not be done. In husband's firm, where husband is having more than 10% of voting right, wife is getting salary income, तो clubbing नहीं होगा. ठीक है, चलो समझ में आ रहा है. Because she is working as accountant and she has BCom degree. Next, share of the profit from partnership firm. So minor का share of profit तो exempt होगा. Share of profit. Commission from the partnership firm. You all know share of the profit from partnership firm is exempt for all because firm is paying 30% tax. Firm का profit आ रहा है 1 lakh. Partnership firm is paying 30% tax. Now this profit, if it is divided between A and B, 50,000, 50,000, will they pay tax again? No. This income is exempt. But what about commission? Wife is getting commission where husband is a partner for 40%, minor is a partner for 10, वहां पे wife को commission मिल रहा है, and Mrs. Y does not render any service. She is not taking part. कुछ नहीं कर रही है. So then this 20,000 commission will be clubbed in hands. I want to repeat. Commission is given to spouse where she is not working in a company where husband is having more than 10% profit ratio. Partnership firm है तो company है तो more than 10% voting power. Okay, right. Next is interest income. Now, interest income received by Mrs. Y, 5,000, is from investment of 40,000 gifted by Mr. Y and 40,000 owned. Oh, Mrs. Y को जो 5,000 income है, उसमें से आधा पैसा husband ने दिया है. So half will be clubbed in the hands of husband and half theirs. This is not capital contribution. This is just transfer of asset and income. Now, 8,000 own interest here. Acha, now, minor is filing the return because of the talent income. Still, interest on minor will be clubbed in the hands of the parent who is having highest income. So now, can we put a line across here? Yeah, and check. Here तो there is a loss, 40,000. Here, तो wife की income ज़्यादा है, तो minors 4,000 income added 1,500 minus करने के बाद wife को Mrs. Y. Minus interest income is clubbed in the hands of the Mrs. Y who is having highest income. Take your time, ask your doubt. तब तक मैं पानी पी लेती हूँ. Keep drinking lots of aam panna or some jaggery water, something, huh? Set off chapter is very important. Please honestly share this video with your friends and set off in the coming 10-15 minutes. It will be clear. And CMA exam में तो 7 marks, CA exam में भी 6 marks के लिए अलग से problem आता है. Set off and carry forward of losses. Okay. So many of you are watching live. Can you all hit the like button and comment AC all clear? ये क्यों बोलना पड़ता है रोज? 2 minutes, I'll be back. Please continue. All clear to all of you? Clubbing, those who have joined now, we have completed clubbing and now we are doing set off and carry forward of losses. एक लाइक तो बनता है अगर समझ में आ रहा है आपको, तो नहीं तो नो प्रॉब्लम. चलो, set off and carry forward of losses also we will do it from our booster notes which we have made in the DT Sarathi batch itself, है ना. set off and carry forward के कुछ rules हैं. What do you mean by this topic, set off? See, when my 5 heads income is clear and the clubbing is also clear. Now, 5 heads income is clear and clubbing is also clear. Now, I need to do plus minus. So, like we have the plus minus rules. Where do you have the plus minus rules? In maths, board marks bolte hai na shayad isko. So, we know what is the plus minus rules, that minus minus is plus, plus minus is minus. Like that, in the same head of income, if there is profit also and loss also, then what will you do? Intra-head. Okay, right? Intra-head adjustment. What is intra-head adjustment? Means within the same head. Can we set off the losses? Yes. Salary, no loss. Okay. Income from house property. House 1, there is a loss. House 2, there is a profit. Can we set off? Yes. Come to business head. Business loss can be set off in business profit. Business loss can be set off in speculative profit also. समझ में आ रहा है? Business का जो loss है, if I am having leather business, there is loss. I am having Raymond showroom, there's profit. Can I set off? Yes. Business, there is a loss, but speculative profit is there. Can I set off? Yes. But speculative loss, I have put it in bracket. It is rigid. It can be set off only in speculative profit. Shall I repeat? Speculative loss cannot be set off in business profit. Speculative loss कहाँ set off होगा बेटा? Speculative profit में. ठीक है? Right. Now, capital gain. Capital gain. Capital gain is rigid. You know, I told you these are the people who don't come out and meet their neighbors. Within the head also, long-term capital gain to duplex घर में he staying at the first floor. He doesn't even come down. So long-term capital loss can be set off only in long-term capital gain. Long-term capital loss cannot be set off in short-term capital gain. Is this clear to all of you? Long-term capital loss can be set off in long-term capital gain. Long-term capital loss cannot be set off in short-term capital gain. Short-term capital loss can be set off in short-term capital gain. Short-term capital loss can be set off in long-term also. If you talk 2-3 times like this, it will be very clear. How many of you are able to recollect this from the DT Sarathi batch, where in a single class we have worked out wonderful problems for the set off and carry forward? Were you all there? Chalo. But ma'am, why did you make a block like this? Short-term and long-term losses cannot be set off with other heads. Short-term and long-term are most rigid people in our colony. They never come out of the house and meet the neighbors. इसलिए उनको block में डालें. Income from other sources, if you have casual income, like KBC winning, quiz, ye, wo, no losses are allowed. Business of owning and maintaining horse races can be set off from the same business. Okay, right. So we have completed within the same head, within the same head. Okay. If you are filing your return in default tax regime, then within the same head also, self-occupied property, no loss is allowed. If you are filing your return under section 115 BAC, that is default tax regime. You remember self-occupied property, we can show a loss up to 2 lakh. कल ही किया था हमने. But if you are filing your return in default tax regime, you cannot show it loss. चलो, ये हो गया. Now section 71. Interhead. Okay, we tried our best to do intrahead. ठीक है? But if it didn't work out, okay, Shall we do it interhead? Yeah. How do we do it interhead? Interhead means there are 5 heads. So one head there is loss, another head there is profit. Can we set off? Answer is yes. Salary, there is no question of loss. Why, ma'am? Because standard deduction is allowed only up to 50,000. PT is the very small amount. House property loss can be set off in all the 4 heads up to 2 lakh. In the recent MTPs for 2024 attempt, they have given that house property loss is 3,75,000. But how much we can set off in salary and business head? 2 lakh. 175 will be carry forward. So please remember in your set of carry forward problem in exam to write a separate note. ऊपर तो आप problem करोगे plus minus, नीचे अलग से जरूर लिखना following losses are carry forward. ठीक है? Business loss can be set off in 3 heads. Okay. Because salary and business head are not friends. Ma'am, ये क्या लिखा है? Yeah. ऐसे याद रखना है. 1 and 3 are not friends. In one of the exam they said Mr. Rohan has salary है, MNC में काम कर रहे, basic salary, allowance perquisite, blah 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 all. And Rohan was earlier doing some business, textile chemical ka business, and there it had some losses. So can you set off business loss and salary? No. 1 and 3 are not friends. Can you set off business loss in house property? Yes. In capital gain? Yes. In other source? Yes. Okay, we are doing interhead. मतलब हम एक दूसरे के घर में जा रहे, कॉलोनी में, घर के घर में हो गया. Within the head, we have completed adjustments. That's over. Intrahead is over with this diagram. If you check this diagram again for 5 to 7 minutes, you will be very, very clear. 1 second, dear students. Just 1 second. Yeah, please listen all of you. What did I say? Intrahead. अब इंट्राहेड तो हो गया, अब इंटरहेड सेम. सैलरी तो कोई लॉस का सवाल ही नहीं है. हाउस प्रॉपर्टी लॉस कैन बी सेट ऑफ इन ऑल द हेड्स अप टू 2 lakh. बिजनेस लॉस कैन बी सेट ऑफ in other heads. Okay. Capital gain loss can be set off in any other heads. It cannot. Capital gain ka loss already we have put in block. Within their house is okay, but they are not coming out of their house and meeting the 4 other neighbors. So capital gain loss cannot be set off. Income from other sources. Horse races, if there is a loss, it can be set off in horse races income. Right? Okay. House property and business had loss, you can set off in other source. Capital gain loss, why can't you? देखो सैलरी में तो लॉस आने का सवाल ही नहीं है. हाँ, हाउस प्रॉपर्टी लॉस कैन यू सेट ऑफ इन दिस इनकम? यस. बिजनेस लॉस सेट ऑफ कर सकते हैं. और कैपिटल गेन तो आता ही नहीं है घर से बाहर. Casual income, betting, gambling, there is no question of loss, but they give it in exam that in betting there was a loss of 30,000. Will you set off? No. Will you carry forward? No. It will lapse with a note. Clear to all of you? Anyone wants me to repeat anything or is it all clear? Huh? Almost like we are 30 minutes हो गया है chapter शुरू करके. 15 minutes में हमने अभी कर रही हूँ मैं आगे. Just asking, if there is any doubt, ask me, beta pucho. And if it is all clear, type and send me. Nitya, Sai, Ravi, all of you. All clear? Chalo. Now, Next, what we will do is we tried to set off within the same heads, पर नहीं हुआ. फिर हमने क्या किए? Inter head. We tried to meet our neighbors and set off. नहीं हुआ. Now, can we carry forward the losses? Yes. All the losses can be carried forward for 8 years to be set off in same head. If you are carrying forward house property loss, you can set off only in house property. Business loss, business. Capital gain, and so on. So all the losses can be carried forward for 8 years to be set off in same head. Okay. Salary, no question of loss. House property, business head, capital gain, 8 years. Except speculative business loss. You know, speculative business income alag rakhte hain. So speculative business loss can be carried forward for 4 years. Income from horse races loss can be set off in income from horse races 4 years. Speculative loss can be set off in speculative profit 4 years. Following losses can be carried forward for indefinite period. Unabsorbed depreciation. It can be, ये MCQ में बहुत पूछते हैं कुछ ना कुछ case studies में, for CA students, for CMA students MCQ. How? Unabsorbed depreciation can be carried forward for indefinite period and it can be set off in any income. So next year also, if there is a loss because of unabsorbed depreciation, brought forward loss, can I set off in house property? Yes. Can I set off in Aznar business income? Yes, but not in salary, except salary. Or loss in 35D. You remember specified businesses, 2-star and above hotel, multi-speciality hospital, वो सब. That loss can be carried forward for indefinite period to be set off in same head. Are you following? To be set off in same head. Means 35D का loss 35AD में ही set off हो. Clear है आप सबको? Right. फिर से एक बार. All the losses can be carried forward for 8 years. Only speculative loss and horse races can be carried forward for 4 years. And unabsorbed depreciation and 35 AD can be set off, carry forward for indefinite period. Okay. I've given some example also here. For example, in Madurai, we have opened a 5-star hotel and there's a loss. But we also have a hotel in Agra, which is covered under 35D. So can we set off? Yes. Business loss is 3 lakh. Now if I add depreciation, you can't say, ma'am, there's loss, is bar depreciation charge nahi karte hain. Section 32 says it is mandatory to charge depreciation, that too by WDV method. So if there is a loss of 3 lakh, depreciation 1 lakh add kiye to business loss ho gaya 4 lakh. Now 3 lakh business loss can be carried forward for 8 years. And this depreciation wala loss, it can be carried forward for indefinite period. Clear to all of you? Very important is for MCQs, all the losses can be carried forward for 8 years, 4 years, indefinite period, only if return of income is filed before due date. Generally due date is July, for tax audit it is October. तो जो भी है आपका ड्यू डेट में, if you file the return on time, you can carry forward losses and utilize it, except income from house property and unabsorbed depreciation. Even if you file your return late, or your losses will lapse, except income from house property and unabsorbed depreciation. ठीक है? और प्रेजेंटेशन देखो ऐसे होगा कॉलम फॉर्म में. इनर कॉलम इज इंट्रा हेड, हेड के अंदर. आउटर कॉलम इज इंटर हेड, एंड देन यू विल गेट द आंसर. That's all. Did you follow? First try to set off within the same head. If not, intra head. चलो हाउस प्रॉपर्टी लॉस आ रहा है ना, चलो सैलरी में सेट ऑफ करते हैं अप टू 2 लाख. Business loss, can we set off in salary? No. Business loss, can we set off in, so like this, interhead. Long term, short term, किसी के साथ set off नहीं होता. See, long term, short term, if you check this table once again, beta, long term, short term is very rigid. They are not ready to come out of their house. किधर गया? हाँ. But can we go to their house and do chai nashta? मैम ये क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? मतलब short term capital loss can be set off in short term and long term, but not with any other. Long term can be set off only, but they are not coming out of their house to set off the losses in others. But if I have business loss, अगर मेरे पास business loss है और short term capital gain है, तो can we come to their house and have tea coffee? Answer is yes. Business loss can be set off in short term capital gain. वो रिजिड है, अपने घर से बाहर नहीं आ रहा है, हम तो उनके घर जाएंगे. Followed all of you. I know I'm teaching in a little different way, and because it's like maths, today evening you practice some of the questions. I'll tell you. अभी मैं बता देती हूँ कि ये क्वेश्चन आप कर लेना तो आपका ये प्रिपेयर हो जाएगा. Set off and carry forward. For clubbing, I'm asking you to do 7th problem. It's already a past exam question if you are marking. And 8th problem. 8th problem is capital contribution problem. The top 50 questions में clubbing में ये करना है. Set off, inter, so same thing, I'm not repeating. Inter head, table. All losses for 8 years, speculative or horse races 4 years, or unabsorbed depreciation or 35D indefinite. ठीक है? Order of set off. Current year's depreciation losses will be set off first, brought forward business loss, then brought forward unabsorbed depreciation, and so on. Okay, right. This is a recent amendment, very important, small one. When there's a search raid, and if say 2 crore rupees are caught up from the place of assessee, we say 2 crore pay, you'll have to pay 78% tax as undisclosed income. Can they say, okay ma'am, but mere paas already 1.5 crore loss hai, can I set off? No, you can't set off any losses in undisclosed income. Clear to all of you? Right. Problem number 1 and 2, you do it today evening. I'm just revising the concept and see the presentation. Don't write this in exam. This is for your understanding. Exam में particulars और amount ही लिखना कि जो head wise adjustment है intra head ये उसके लिए है, ये inter head के लिए है. And whatever losses are carried forward, that you have to write it as a note. Clear? So first and second problem is homework. Rest all the problems are very easy. This is one very nice concept. Suppose PQR are partners. 1:1:2. And the firm has got income, assuming salary and interest are not paid. तो net income है 1,20,000. मतलब loss आ रहा है. ये देखो. Out of which unabsorbed depreciation is 40,000. तो ये तो carry forward होगा indefinite period के लिए. Unabsorbed depreciation can be carried forward for indefinite period to be set off anywhere, wherever you like. So this is 80,000. Now what they say is this 80,000 is loss of P, Q and R. Now who is going out beta? R. So if R is going out, R ka loss will not be carried forward by the firm. When there's a change in constitution, loss of retired partner or deceased partner will lapse. Firm can't carry forward the loss related to the retired or deceased partner. So here R is going, जिसका share है 2/4. So total loss है 120. उसमें 40,000 अनएब्जॉर्ब डेप्रिसिएशन तो कैरी फॉरवर्ड होगा, उसको कोई प्रोपोर्शन नहीं लगता है. बट रिमेनिंग 80,000 में व्हाट इज आर्स लॉस? 40,000. Yeah, and R is retiring on 35 May. So 2 months share of profit he will get from next year 23-24 May. He retired on May. This is an exam question only and from your study material. So 2,10,000 is R's share total profit 23-24 into 2 by 12. If you do, you will get 2 months profit. 2,10,000 इंटू 2/12 इज 2 months प्रॉफिट. और इसमें भी 2/4 किए तो आर का शेयर आ जाता. या सो आर 40,000 इज योर लॉस. अगेंस्ट दिस 17,500 प्रॉफिट यू टेक. रिमेनिंग लॉस ऑफ आर 22,500 विल लैप्स. पार्टनरशिप फर्म का लॉस कितना है बेटा लास्ट ईयर का? 120. उसमें से 40,000 तो अनएब्जॉर्ब डेप्रिसिएशन है विच यू कैन कैरी फॉरवर्ड. But remaining में R's share of loss is 22,500 lapsed. Deceased partner's loss cannot be carried forward by the firm. और बाकी आ गया आपको. Yeah. This year's income is how much? 210. In that, last year's unabsorbed depreciation can be set off? Yes. Last year's profit can be set off? Yes. So that's all for this, right? So we have completed clubbing. Yay! And set off 2 topics, right? Just very quick 5 minutes break lete hain, and then 1 hour it might take, but it's okay for deductions. अच्छे से करेंगे. ATC, ATD, ATTTA, ATU जो repeatedly आते हैं, I'll do it very nicely. इसके बाद we are doing deductions. Okay? Just very quickly take 5 minutes break. Okay, chalo. Let us start with deductions. Are you all back and following? Deductions शुरू करें. One second, dear students. Okay, chalo. Let us begin now with deductions. Deductions are given from the gross total income and they are limited to the gross total income. In gross total income, say your income is 8 lakhs, which includes long-term capital gain 2 lakh. So from long-term capital gain, deductions are not allowed. So even though gross total income is 8 lakh, we can write eligible gross total income is 6 lakh. So maximum deductions you can claim is only 6 lakhs beta. Why so? Because 2 lakh is the long term capital gain जिसमें से कोई deductions नहीं मिलता. Now deductions are given why? Because you are making good investment, PPF, LIC, you are doing good expense, donations, mediclaim, good income, 80I series, export income and all. Recent MTP, very nice question they have asked is that in chapter 6A deductions, heading C, there are certain deductions. If you claim these deductions, you will not be allowed to claim 35AD. Are you all with me? If you claim these deductions, you will not be allowed to claim 35AD. ये अभी के case study में आया था. What is 35AD? 35 AD is specified businesses. If you claim there, then don't claim deductions under these headings. Not any deduction, these headings. ATI, A, B, C. ये सिर्फ नाम पता होना चाहिए बस overall. No need to dive B कि I, A क्या है और कितना limit and all. Honestly, if you go to learn all the deductions, you will forget. Rather than that, let's learn the most important deductions very nicely. Okay? But just remember that if you have gone for 35AD, you can't avail all these deductions. 80 double J double A, ATM, 80 QQB, RRB, which is related to royalty and so on. And one more thing, if you want to avail these heading C wale deductions, you have to file the return on or before the due date. If you file late return, you can still avail ATC, ATD, but you can't avail these deductions. Clear to all of you? Right. Now, very important is deductions are not available from long-term capital gain. कोई भी long-term. Property shares 112A. Short-term capital gain STT wala. Non-resident presumptive taxation. Casual income. So once again, I want to repeat that if your gross total income is 8 lakhs, but this includes 2 lakh capital, then write down eligible gross total income. What do you mean by eligible gross total income? Up to how much you can claim deductions? अप टू इनकम. बट अगर 2 लाख रुपए लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन है तो डिडक्शंस एलिजिबल विल बी ओनली 6 lakhs. ठीक है, राइट. चलो, हाँ, even if you are going for default tax regime, that is 115 BAC, you will not be allowed any deduction except these three. So these three deductions are allowed even if you are filing your return in normal tax regime or default tax regime. What are they? 80 CCD2, employers contribution to Atal Pension Yojana, or National Pension Scheme. Employers contribution to National Pension Scheme. 80 CCH2, this is a recent amendment. Agniveer Corpus Fund, जो आर्मी ज्वाइन करते हैं उनके लिए, employee themselves will contribute and central government will also contribute. So central government, whatever contribution it is making in Agniveer Corpus Fund under 80 CCH2, they will get a deduction, whether they go for normal tax or default. And 80 JJA in respect of employment of new employees. Take your time and tell me, is this all clear? Chalo. Once again, this is, please mark it very important for the upcoming exam, क्योंकि इसी साल ऐड हुआ है. Central government as employer, because जो आर्मी में ज्वाइन होते हैं, they are employees of central government, so they will contribute in 80 CCH1. This deduction will be allowed for employees contribution only if you file your return in normal tax regime. Default में क्या क्या deduction मिलेगा? 80 CCH2 central government's contribution, employees contribution towards NPS, and new employment. You remember you are generating new employment, तो 30% deduct होता है वो. ठीक है, चलो, let us do now. 80C is individual HF maximum up to 1,50,000. Note 1 में बड़ा सा list है, LIC, PPF, 5 years tax saving and bonds and all. 80CCC, deduction in respect of certain pension fund, annuity fund up to 1,50,000. Now 80 CCD1, deduction in respect of contribution to pension scheme of central government. This is contribution by employee. पेंशन स्कीम मतलब आपका, मैंने फिर से आपको बताया ना, अटल बीमा योजना एंड ऑल. हाउ मच द एम्प्लॉय कैन कंट्रीब्यूट? 10% of salary, basic and DA, and if he's self-employed, he's doing business, then he can contribute 20%. तक डिडक्शन मिलेगा 80 CCD1. थोड़ा पेशेंस रखो, आफ्टर रीडिंग एवरीथिंग आई विल कंबाइन. ओके, नाउ हियर there is 80 CCE. You know what is 80 CCE? It says 80C, ये PPF LIC वाला, 80CCC pension scheme, and 80 CCD1. Put together it is 1,50,000. So suppose I have put in PPF 1,50,000. My all these individual limit is 150. Pension का 150, 80 CCD1 employees contribution का 10% of basic DA, all is fine. But suppose I have put in PPF 150 and now I want to contribute to the national pension scheme, then I cannot, because my limit is over. All these three put together, upper limit is 1,50,000. Then beyond this, you can contribute in NPS up to 50,000, 80 CCD 1B. Is this clear to all of you? 80 CCD 1B में contribution of NPS scheme of central government. समझ में आ रहा है? देखो, मैंने 1.5 लाख रुपए PPF में डाले, तो here my 80 CC का upper limit लग गया, because 80C, CCC, CCD1 put together the limit is 1,50,000. Now extra, if I have put 60,000, I can still take a deduction in 80 to 1B. 80 1B. Kitna? 50,000. Employee. Now what about employer? Employer can also contribute now to Atal Pension Yojana. How much? 10% of the salary. And अगर central government employer हैं तो 14% of salary. This is over and above. मतलब these three 1,50,000. एक्स्ट्रा अगर 60 कंट्रीब्यूट किया तो 50 यहाँ ले लो एंड 80 CCD2 और ले लो. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? 80 CCD2 is for employer's contribution. Okay. 10% of the salary. Clear? And if the employer is central, 80 CCD2 deduction is allowed in default tax regime as well as normal. और एक मिलेगा 80 CCH2 और एक मिलेगा आपका 80 JJA over and out. Only 3 deductions are allowed if you're filing your return in default tax regime. Is this overdose or is this clear to all of you? समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Yes. Next. Hmm. 80 CCH1. Employee's own contribution to Agniveer Corpus Fund. He will get a deduction if he shifts out of the default tax regime, normal में. अब employer जो central government है, he can contribute to Agniveer Corpus Fund 80 CCH2. ये था 80 CCD2. And deduction is available irrespective of the regime. मतलब you are in default tax regime तो भी मिलेगा, otherwise भी मिलेगा. Clear? Related to this, if you check my DT Sarathi video, see, I am doing a revision now, beta, for all of you. But ma'am, we need practice. We need to practice problem for this. Then deductions, 3 videos are there in DT Sarathi batch. In that, just watch the first video. And you will be able to do 2-3 problems here. आज शाम को जो अभी हम टॉपिक्स कर रहे हैं उससे रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन आंसर करना है एंड जीएसटी सम टॉपिक्स यू हैव टू डू. ठीक है, चलो. नेक्स्ट इज नाउ 80C सीरीज इज ओवर. शैल वी रिवाइज वंस? 80C इज LIC, PPF, टैक्स सेविंग FDs, रीपेमेंट ऑफ हाउसिंग लोन, वो बड़ा सा लिस्ट है, ट्यूशन फीस, है ना? राइट. 80CCC is annuity pension fund. 80 CCD1 is employees contribution to national pension scheme. If this is covered, employee can take extra in 80 CCD1B. Okay. Employer can contribution in national pension scheme 10% of salary, और अगर employer central government है तो 14%. Now Agniveer में employee can contribute and employer can contribute in both. Now comes D. 80D is all health related. 3 deductions. Very easy. 80D says mediclaim premium, whatever is paid other than cash. वैसे भी वो check से pay होता है. तो individual and HUF who are resident, they can claim a deduction 25,000. And for senior citizen, 50,000. Now here they can contribute for self, spouse, children, dependent parents. Huh? So for ourselves, for self, spouse, children, कितना deduction है बेटा? 25,000. For parent, कितना है? 50. But for parent, not separate for each one. Mother के लिए 50, father के लिए ऐसा नहीं है. Put together, it is 50. And included in this is diagnostic expenses up to 5,000 which can be paid in cash. 5,000 is within the limit of 25 and 50 और सबको मिला के है. Very nice. One concept, one problem is done in DT Sarathi batch. If you are writing your exam in June, CMA exam, अब CA वालों का तो एग्जाम ही है, पर CMA के लिए टाइम है. एक बार just go through those 25 videos with the compiler, you will learn it कि आप कभी नहीं भूलोगे वैसा. ठीक है, फिर से एक बार. ATD for self, spouse and children is 25,000. For senior citizen is 50,000. 80 double D or 80U. If you are maintaining a disabled person means physically unsound है, mental health बराबर नहीं है, eyes का problem है और तो कुछ problem है. So if you are maintaining a handicapped, then you can claim flat deduction. Ma'am, but I am spending for him only 30,000 or I am spending 3 lakh. Irrespective of what you are spending, for normal disability 75,000. For severe 1,25,000. समझ में आ रहा है आप सबको? हाँ मैम, कैसे पता चलेगा severe है? The government hospital doctor will certify that he is completely blind to severe के लिए. See, I have written this word here, flat. 80 double D. Handicapped. Normally 75, otherwise 125, and irrespective of the expenditure. ठीक है? Right. हाँ. Now I have written a very beautiful children. Students, you all are getting it or not? Is my speed fine? I am doing revision now. Like whenever I do revision, I feel चलो ये भी समझा दो, ये भी, फिर तो वो regular class हो जाएगा ना, वो rapid revision नहीं होगा. Yes. Why I have written 80 double D and 80U? If I am maintaining a handicapped person, I will claim deduction. Or the handicapped person himself is filing the return, then he will claim. Normally 75 CPA 125. Both cannot claim. For example, some person is there in our family and say he is disabled, but he is filing his own return through representative assessing. Then I can't claim 80 double D. Clear? Huh. Either if you maintain, you claim a flat deduction 75 and 125, or let the handicapped person claim in 80U. It's the same. चलो नेक्स्ट करते हैं. ये यहाँ पे लिखा नहीं है, आपने पढ़ाया नहीं मैम, ये नोट 2 में लिखा है कि 80D का डिडक्शन जो भी लेंगे 5,000 expenses they can do for diagnostic and health checkup expense in cash inclusive in 25 and 50 limit. और 80D में एक और है, sometimes senior citizen they don't get the medical policy, so then whatever is their actual expense, can you claim a deduction of 50,000 tak? Yes. Hmm. 80DDB, last one in the health series. Deduction in respect of medical treatment of specified diseases. HIV, leprosy, ये वो जो list में है. So if you are doing any expenditure for self or for the person who is mainly dependent on you, means financial dependence, then how much deduction you can claim? 40,000. For senior citizen, 1 lakh. Is this clear to all of you? 80DDB. You can claim up to 40,000 expense for the medical treatment of self or relative for specified diseases, and senior citizen के लिए maximum. This is not flat, हाँ बेटा. This is up to 40,000 for senior citizen, up to 1 lakh. फिर से एक बार. 80D is for mediclaim. 25,000, 50,000, 5,000 inclusive. 80 double D or 80U disability. 80 DDB maximum amount is 40,000. Senior citizen 1 lakh. Nice, clear. Chalo. Now E. E for all interest. This is the way you have to remember. E, I सब एक जैसे ना तो सब interest से related deduction. Like this comes many times in exam. 80E. E for education. So for education, if you have taken any loan for self, spouse and children, entire amount is deductible which was paid by way of interest till 8 years. 80 double E. Deduction in respect of interest on loan. Taken for residential house. अब इनके conditions हैं. आपको पूरे याद रहते हैं बेटा? समझ में आ रहा है आप सबको? या तो करो, नहीं रहते हैं तो छोड़ दो. इसको हम पीछे I'll just brush it up. But please remember, these are housing loan interest. So already you are getting interest on loan deduction in house property. In case of self-occupied up to 2 lakh, in case of others actually. Over and above that, you have this deduction. Double deduction नहीं है. हाँ? तो ये मैं पीछे टेबल के साथ आपको एक्सप्लेन करूंगी. 80 EEB is very popular nowadays. If you take loan for electric vehicle, then up to 1,50,000 interest deduction you can claim. 80G is for donations. We will revise donations in 4 categories with the notes. So अभी तक हमने क्या क्या किया बेटा? 80C series, good investment, NPS, PPF, all. 80D related to health, Mediclaim. 80 double D, maintaining handicapped, flat deduction. 80 DDB, specified diseases. 80E, education. All E series is for interest. 80G for donation. 80GG, deduction in respect of rent paid. Individual, spouse, children should not own any other house. See, the one who is employed, जो employee है, if he is paying rent, you are giving an exemption under 1013A. मिल रहा है ना? हाँ? अगर आप employee हो, तो you are claiming HRA exemption under 1013A. But I am having a chota mota business and I am still paying rent. Shall I get deduction in 80GG? Yes. Provided you should not own more than one house that time. In fact, not own any house. Sorry. One house to 54K exemption may not own any house. Least of the following. 5,000 per month, rent paid minus 10% and 25%. So what is 80GG? If you are self-employed or salaried employee who's not getting HRA and you are paying rent. So how much deduction you can claim in 80GG? 5,000 rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income, 25%. Now what is adjusted total income will be very clear in donation. Okay. 80GGA, donation to scientific research for those who are. See, if you're having business income, scientific research mein kitna bhi you have contributed, just 1 minute. Huh? I need to switch on. Thank you for waiting. Just I'll explain again. Huh? These three are asked in the MCQs or case studies. See, ma'am, scientific research, if we donate, we can claim in section 35 in business head. But if you're not having business income, only other source, but you want to encourage scientific research, and if you have donated above 2000 other than cash, 100% deduction you can claim 80 GGA. Contribution by companies to political party. See, abhi elections are coming. So legally, can you donate to the political party? Yes. 80 GGB companies can donate to the political party. 80 GGC contribution by any person to the political party. Which political party, beta? The one which is registered in the, yes. थोड़ा एक्टिव रहो. अगर मैं कुछ लिमिट्स बता रही हूं तो आप भी लिखो इफ यू नो, so that you are not going in that drowsy mode. आंसर करते रहो. समझ में आया आपको? See, there are 2-3 topics in income tax. One is deduction, one is salary, which we did yesterday, and one post lunch we will do, that it's TDS, जिसमें आपको लिमिट्स याद रखने पड़ी. अब वो हैं इजीली याद रहते. 80 GGA is scientific research or rural development, 100%. 80 GGBs companies are contributing to registered political party which are registered under Representative of People's Act. 80 GGC contribution by any person to political party registered under representative. Yeah. What's the difference in GGB? It's the contribution by Indian company. This is contribution by any other person. ठीक है? Right. चलो, we have just come to end and थोड़े वाले हम पीछे जाके देखेंगे in the note. 80 JJAA employment of new worker. New worker, you are providing the employment, then whatever additional wages you are generating, paying to the new workers, up to 30% you can claim a deduction for 3 years. This year and 2 more years, because you are helping solve the problem of what do you call it? क्या प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं आप? हाँ, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का. ATM. हाँ, ATM deduction is only for companies. Generally companies you don't have, but only deductions part they may ask you. देखो बहुत simple है. ATM क्या बोलता है? As a company, I am also receiving dividends on my investments, and same dividends I am paying to my shareholders. So why to tax it double? No. So dividend received before due date or dividend paid, whichever is lower, we can claim deduction. You are following? Income from other sources, I am also receiving dividend and I am also paying dividend. So whichever is lower, company can claim a deduction. Royalty, author, अगर है तो up to 3 lakhs. Royalty on patent अगर है तो भी up to 3 lakh deduction. But now this is subject to condition कि how much royalty is brought to India in convertible foreign exchange and all. That deaf problem. ये आपको एग्जाम में पक्का आएगा. MCQ, case studies, computation of total income. जगह खाली नहीं रखो, इतना चमका दो इसको. 80 TTA और 80 TTB. And no one will say that you do. Interest on saving account interest, which you receive from bank, cooperative bank saving account interest, post office. Saving account interest is deductible up to 10,000. But if a person is senior citizen, 60 years and above, so mostly senior citizens have FD income also. So saving account and FD interest is deductible under 80 TTB, that is 50,000. Clear? 80 TTA में only saving account interest from bank, from cooperative bank, from post office up to 10,000. But अगर 80 TTB है, senior citizen है, तो saving और FD दोनों का interest deduct होगा up to 50,000. ठीक है? Done? ओवरऑल याद हुआ? थोड़े से मैंने छोड़ दिए अभी. आई हैव नॉट डन 80G. For inter students, the top, you can say the topmost, what do you call it as, कि बहुत जो क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 में एक एडजस्टमेंट आता है या तो 80G का, और या फिर एग्रीकल्चरल इनकम स्टेप मेथड, वो भी रिवाइज करेंगे अभी. रेसिडेंशियल स्टेटस भी करेंगे. तो थोड़ा थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी. यस. ओके. Now, you know what? This is a very nice concept that in ATC, you can pay LIC for self, spouse and children. अब एग्जाम में आपको कंफ्यूज करने क्या देते हैं पता है? मेजर चिल्ड्रन. He is working and he is earning. Still, you can pay. I'm married daughter, matlab I've been married for 24 years now, but my father is still paying my PPF and LIC. He is claiming the deduction. There is some tax planning in this. I am paying my son's PPF and claiming deduction. So can my father pay my LIC and PPF now? I am major, I'm independent, I'm not dependent daughter on my father still. Yes. So LIC can be paid for whom? Yeah, self, spouse and children. I'm reading the notes and clearing the deductions again beta. ये वाला तो बहुत पूछते हैं MCQ में. If you have paid premium, LIP means life insurance premium, on sum assured. Sum assured is maturity value of the policy. Up to 20% only you can claim deduction in ATC if the policy is taken before 1/4/2012. Ma'am, कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. Suppose your policy value is 1 lakh. You have paid premium 30,000. And this policy is taken before 1st April 2012. Then how much premium you have paid? 30,000. But ATC में how much deduction you can claim? 20,000, 20%, 20,000, 20%. Clear to all of you? Next. So deductions of LIP, 20% of the capital sum assured. ठीक है? Before 1st April 2012. If the policy is taken after 1st April, then 10%, same 1 lakh. Even if you have paid 30,000 premium, 1 lakh का 10% कितना आ रहा है? 10,000 तक you can take premium का deduction in ATC. If you have taken the policy after 1/4/2012, 10%. Before 1/4/2012, 20%. And from 1/4/2013, if you have taken the policy for handicapped person, handicapped, someone cannot decide and say, okay, so and so is handicapped. You have to go to government hospital, get a certificate from doctor every year. There are so many operations available that this year handicapped is, next year very fine. So this is required, beta. कोई doubt है किसी को? And if no doubt and still you are live, you can write all clear. Something you can comment. That will keep you also engaged and that will give me also motivation कि समझ रहा है या नहीं समझ रहा है. चलो. Once again, I want to repeat. LIP, life insurance premium, deduction you can claim in ATC. Sum assured का 20% if the policy is taken before 1/4/12. 10% if the policy is taken after 1/4/12. 15% if the policy is taken for disabled. ठीक है? Amount received on the maturity of LIC is exempt. Okay. ये देखो यहाँ सब आपको एग्जाम्पल दिया है. And I'm telling you, they will say कि policy taken for major person, जो कि क्या है बेटा आपका? Right. Major मतलब आपका son अगर major है तो भी can you take LIC for him? Yes. If you solve this problem, you all have the DT compiler, it will be clear. हाँ, this is ATC का list. You can put the money in LIC, PPF, National Saving Scheme, bonds, repayment of housing loan, और बड़ा सा list है. This table I have given. ATC 150, ATCCC 150, ATCCD 1, contribution to the NPS. Put together, the upper limit is 1,50,000. Now, if your limit is over and still extra you have contributed to National Pension Scheme, then you can claim a deduction here, 50,000. ATCCD 1B. Now, employer. ATCCD 2 में, if employer is central government, 14% of salary, or else 10% of the salary. ठीक है? Right. One concept, one problem is what? DT Sarathi compiler. और ये हमने रेगुलर क्लास में तो पूरे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किए हैं. पीपीएफ में 1 लाख डाल दिए. एलआईसी देखो, जस्ट ओरली आई एम टेकिंग वन प्रॉब्लम. एलआईसी सम अश्योर्ड इज 120. पॉलिसीज टेकन आफ्टर 1/4/2012, 14 को लिया है. सो 12,000 तक ही यू कैन क्लेम अ डिडक्शन. इवन दो हाउ मच प्रीमियम यू हैव पेड बेटा? 35,000. Now, can you put money in tax saving, FDs, tuition fees, repayment of housing loan principal? Inner column, ATC के लिए how much is eligible? 162. Limit कितना होगा? 150. Okay, right. अब contribution to national pension scheme. Employer and employee both. H भी डाल रहा है और अरुण भी डाल रहा है. Yeah. H has contributed 120 and employer has contributed 180. So now see, 1,80,000 is employer's contribution as per 15%. How much is LC? This is only technical part ना बेटा. 80 TTA बोलो, मैं ना भी रिवाइज करोगे तो आप करेंगे. हाँ मैम, 80 TTA में 10,000 तक इंटरेस्ट अलाउड है. 80 TTB में 50,000 तक इंटरेस्ट है. ये सिर्फ सेविंग अकाउंट का इंटरेस्ट है, ये सेविंग और एफडी का इंटरेस्ट है, ये नॉर्मल इंडिविजुअल को है. ये you know, you are remembering this will take time, so give that time. Huh? Employee has contributed how much? Employer has contributed, देखो. Employee can contribute 10% of the salary. ये तो would your answer be different? ये बाद में देखेंगे. 15% of salary matching contribution by employer. So employee ने खुद ने भी 1,80,000 दिया है 15%, but eligible is 10%. तो 15 इतना है तो 10 कितना? 120. Now see, ATCCD 1 put together 2,70,000, but ATCCE is saying ATC, ATCCC ये प्रॉब्लम में नहीं है, और ATCCD 1 एम्प्लॉई का कंट्रीब्यूशन पुट टुगेदर द अपर लिमिट इज 1,50,000. सो 150 यहीं खत्म हो गया. एम्प्लॉई हैज कंट्रीब्यूटेड 120. हियर तो लिमिट इज ओवर. कैन एम्प्लॉई क्लेम एक्स्ट्रा डिडक्शन इन ATCCD 1B? एम्प्लॉई मतलब H, up to 50,000. Ma'am, but he has contributed 120. ATCCD 1B, the limit is only 50,000. Is this clear to all of you? Right. Now, employer's contribution. Again, 15%. Eligible is 10%. So, what's the total deduction eligible? Like this, very nice problems are given and they are more than enough. ATD, you can pay mediclaim for self, spouse, dependent children and parents. उससे रिलेटेड अच्छा प्रॉब्लम है. अपर लिमिट्स आर देयर, सब है इसमें. I enjoy more of the chapter wise revision and practice batch. but this is like a rapid revision one day before exam. Yeah. 80 EMA interest on loan is deductible for loan taken for higher education after 12th class for self spouse and children. मैम कितना लिमिट है? इंटरेस्ट का कोई लिमिट नहीं है बेटा, बट 8 years तक अलाउड होगा. हाँ, now whatever interest you have paid in housing loan, first up to 2 lakh तो it is deductible in the house property. Over and above that it is deductible here. अब इसमें कुछ नहीं है, ये लिमिट्स ही हैं, आप खुद से देखो, नहीं याद रहते हैं तो छोड़ दो, रिस्क ले लो. Loan is sanctioned in 1617. Value of the loan does not exceed 35 lakhs. Property की value 50 lakhs है. 80 EEA same. Property की value. आज 1 bedroom hall kitchen लेने जाओ तो भी it is coming in 80-90 lakhs. तो ये 45 lakhs मतलब छोटा सा घर है, interest deductible है. Yeah, this one they can ask you. 80 EEB. Electronic vehicle, 2-wheeler, 4-wheelers बहुत चल रहे हैं, battery operated vehicle. So if you have taken a loan for that, up to 1,50,000 interest you can deduct. Nice, no? The way I have given, did you like it? One concept, उसका note, उसके pointers or problems. ठीक है? Next is what? ATG. I'm not saying बार बार हमने ये किया था, but just once I'm saying anywhere you are stuck up and you feel, ma'am, I want to do ATC wala series, little detail, watch the DT Sarathi batch first video. Only first half an hour. Okay, beta? चलो. हाँ, donations इस बार पक्का आएगा because there's an amendment also here. Donations are categorized. This national fund, all national cyclone fund and sports fund, 100% direct. Then national direct fund में 4 which are very important is Swachh Bharat Kosh, 100% direct. Clean Ganga fund, 100% direct. National fund for control of drug abuse and PM cares fund. ये PM cares fund कोविड के टाइम बनाया था. PM Citizen Assistant and Relief in Emergency Situation. We were getting vaccines and all at a very reasonable price, है ना? और काफी जगह तो फ्री भी थे, तो वो सबके लिए PM Cares Fund बनाया है. Okay. So once again, I'm saying I'm in the first category wherein whatever donations you give, it is allowed 100%. Now in 50% only one name is there, that is Prime Minister's Drought Relief Fund, 50% direct without any upper limit. The one which I'm doing now, please watch it very carefully क्योंकि इसके बाद जो मैं कर रही हूँ इसमें बहुत गलतियां होती है. I've seen weird videos where wrong things are taught for adjusted total income. तो ध्यान से कर. Yeah, please remember a change. I may not be able to start at 10 tomorrow. There is some more schedule. So stay connected in the Telegram or WhatsApp challenges group to know the schedule. But it's a promise that I will do GST for all of you. Chalo. So 50% direct में एक ही नाम बचा है, PM's dot relief fund. These 3 have been removed. Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv, all Gandhi families funding have gone. Restrictions on donations deduction at 100% subject to qualifying amount. What is qualifying amount? 10% of adjusted total income. What is adjusted total income? Gross total income minus you give all the deductions under section 80C to 80U. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Right. And long-term capital gain and short-term capital gain on shares. See, from gross total income, you give all the deductions from 80C to 80U, 80TTA, sab nikal do, other than 80G. Long-term capital gain and short-term capital gain on shares you remove. Long-term capital gain pura, property wala bhi, and short-term. Why? Because on this you don't get deductions. And if casual income is included, don't remove it. Usko rehne do. So now what you get is called as adjusted total income. Adjusted total income ka 10% is qualifying amount. And here deduction you get 100% up to the qualifying amount, means adjusted total income ka 10% is qualifying amount. There you will get 100% deduction for family planning and for Indian Olympics. Amount paid by companies who have donated. You know, when there was Olympics in India, the companies used to give sponsorships and lot of motivation to the Olympics. तब ठीक है. फिर से एक बार 100% डायरेक्ट फॉर ऑल द नेशनल लेवल डोनेशंस, 50% direct only for Prime Minister's drought relief fund, 100% subject to 10% of the adjusted total income for family planning and Olympics, 50% subject to 10% for charitable trust. You know, all the spiritual places are subject to charitable trust, like ISKCON temple is charitable trust, Ramakrishna Math is charitable trust, church is under some trust, mosque, gurudwara, all, or chartered accountants benevolent fund, out of which they give loan and money to needy chartered accountants who are having health issues या कुछ और issues. ठीक है, right? तो इसके लिए आई वॉन्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू डू प्रॉब्लम नंबर 13. बहुत अच्छा प्रॉब्लम. देखो, लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन यू रिमूव, शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन रहने दो, ओनली शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन ऑन शेयर्स, तो लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन तो निकल जाएगा. ग्रॉस टोटल इनकम इज 3,05,000, लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन निकाल दो. और क्या है? लॉटरी, कैजुअल इनकम. So though your gross total income is 3,05,000, you can claim a deduction maximum up to 2,50,000 eligible. PPF, Mediclaim, Handicap, सब पहले ले लो. Only 80G you take last. Why? Because what is your adjusted total income? Gross total income minus long-term capital gain, minus all these deductions, 75, 75, 15. मिला आप सबको? Adjusted total income, I'm repeating for the third time, beta. Gross total income minus long-term capital gain. Short-term capital gain, ma'am, why didn't you remove? Because it's not on shares. अगर shares पे रहता तो वो निकाल देते. And all the other deductions, remove it. Now what you get is called as your adjusted total income. Now National Communal Harmony, Prime Minister's Relief Fund, 100% direct. Drought Relief Fund, 50% direct. Family Planning, 1 lakh ka 10%, 10,000, or actual donation 30, whichever is lower. So adjusted total income is 10,000. आपने actually family planning के लिए donate किया है 30. You will get a deduction up to 10,000. And then for trust, they have donated 7,000 or 10%, but no deduction. Because why beta no deduction? Because your adjusted total income is का 10% खत्म हो गया, 100%. Otherwise 7,000 or 10%, whichever is lower, और उसका भी 50%. 100% direct, 50% direct, 100% subject to adjusted total income for family planning and Olympics, 50% for the charitable trust and all. Okay? Practice these problems, beta, अच्छे से. I think I've done with all. So for me, if you ask me, ma'am, again, please, deductions, how to practice and which one are important, then 80G, 80C, 80DD, 80U, 80TTA, 80TTB. Very, very important ones. Of course, they are asking 80JJ also. रॉयल्टी कभी नहीं आता एक्सेप्ट एमसीक्यूज में 3 लाख की अपर लिमिट याद रखना पर ये वाले तो हाँ एंड ऑफ कोर्स 80D वेरी क्लियर 80DD 80U हैंडीकैप्ड वाला problems are really nice chalo now when you are generating new employees this applies SSC to whom 44AB जो टैक्स ऑडिट के एम्प्लॉइज हैं कंपनी हैं if they are generating additional employment then whatever additional employment but it should not be formed by splitting the company and all 30% of the additional employment कैसे पता चलेगा आपको new employment generated okay but these additional employees does not include employee whose total income is 25,000 per month से ऊपर निकाल दो 25,000 पर मंथ के ऊपर के एम्प्लॉइज इफ यू हैव केप्ट इट्स लाइक हाई फाई उसको 80JJ नहीं मिलता an employee for whom the entire amount is paid by government under employees pension scheme means he is not contributing to PF and all no an employee who has worked for less than 240 days in a year he is not eligible for 80JJ new employee an employee who does not participate in the RPF रिकॉग्नाइज प्रोविडेंट फंड में पैसे नहीं डाल रहे हैं 240 डेज से कम काम किया है सैलरी इज मोर देन 25,000 in all these cases you are not eligible rest all the cases 30% now 30% next year बहुत easy है देखो total number of employees are 105 चलो 10 employees does not participate in PF sorry even though you are new employees you are not participating in PF no will not give 30% deduction 80 30 employees have worked for the whole year उनको तो मिलेगा पूरा साल 50 employees joined on 1st May with 30,000 oh your salary is above 25,000 you are not eligible 15 employees joined on 1st September oh you worked for less than 240 days 212 days ही काम किया नहीं मिलेगा So now how many employees are left? 30 employees. What is their monthly salary? They have worked for 12 months. And what is their salary? 10,000. So how much new employment we have generated? 36 lakhs into 30%. Clear? As a teacher, I could have said कि अरे ये छोड़ दो but ये मत छोड़ो क्योंकि after 3-4 attempts whenever it comes in CMA exam or CA exam it comes separately. So I to want to check one more problem. See all these are my new employees. Okay 350 new employees. ये सबका total करोगे तो 350 आएगा 75 125 200 plus 50 250 plus 100 350 75 are regular. Are they eligible for 80JJ? Yes. 125 are regular, but sorry, you are getting 25,000 के ऊपर salary. You are not eligible. 50 are casual. For casual workers, we don't pay recognized provident fund. No. Bye bye. 100 workers are regular and eligible. But क्या हो गया? 1 second. But they have joined in September. If they have worked for less than 240 days, why I should give you deduction? Right? Okay. So no deduction. So now what is eligible beta for deduction? Only regular workers 75. What is their salary? 24,000. When did they join? 1st April. So these are new employees. You have helped to deal a problem of employment 216. So 30% of this now, 30% for the next 3 years, you will get deduction. Okay. Okay, your name is good, so good girl. Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a query. I'm a CMA Inter student. I have exam in 1 month. Which of your playlist I should watch and which will be helpful? DT and IDT or GST Sarathi practice batch. Material you will get in Telegram channel. 25 videos here, 25 videos here of average 2 hours each. You can watch in this month and prepare super well. It's like a fast track batch, but the concepts are going to be very clear. One concept, one problem you will solve, but promise you will not watch it at overspeed, and you will do writing practice. If you feel मैं बैठे बैठे मैम के पूरे वीडियो देख लूं, मैम को एग्जामेशन आया मुझे भी आता, मैम को तो अकाउंट्स में भी 95 नहीं होता ना बेटा, लिखना पड़ता, कोई भी टीचर कितने भी अच्छे फ्लो चार्ट दे, unless you write the notes नहीं होगा. Okay, I hope I've cleared out doubt. You can message me back if it is clear. And for all of you, if you have these kind of queries, there is concept classes number. Me and my team are always checking. 9290065156. You can take support from there. अच्छा है, clear है? चलो. Yeah, there's an important point I missed out in 80JJAA, that if you are engaged in the business, कौन सा वाला business है आपका? Manufacturing, footwear, leather industry, then instead of 240 days, less than 150 days. 150 days से ज्यादा काम किया तो they will be eligible for 80JJA deduction 30%. ठीक है? See, students who ask query, if it is clear, thank you. Gigi, I'll call you Gigi. आपका नाम जो भी है, but मैं तो Gigi बोल रही हूँ. And hopefully you are taking the benefit of this and messaging me. Yeah, DT compiler material is available. उसका print ले लो, videos देखना शुरू करो, एक भी concept miss नहीं होगा आपका बेटा. ATM I told you, we are the company, we are receiving dividend, and before due date we are also paying dividend. Whichever is lower, I can claim a deduction under ATM. Only companies can claim this deduction बेटा. ठीक है? Right. रॉयल्टी आई हैव गिवन बट स्किप, ये फाइनल में आता है. इसको प्लीज अपना स्क्रीनशॉट बना लो. आई हैव नेवर सीन एनी एमटीपी, आरटीपी और फाइनल एग्जाम completed without this. 80 TTA by default you have to give a deduction of 10,000 to individual HUF who are having saving account interest. FD interest नहीं. हाँ, if you are a senior citizen, instead of 10 the limit is 50, and along with saving account you can take a deduction for FD interest also. That's all for deduction. ठीक है? तो हमने 3 टॉपिक कर लिए आज मॉर्निंग से in the last 2 hours: clubbing, set off and deductions. Okay, right? So one way out is TDS TCS करें, और या फिर छोटे छोटे करते हैं ना. चलो, we'll do residential status, tax rates, 115 BAC में क्या मिलेगा, वहां क्या नहीं मिलेगा. Residential status also lot of questions are asked and they are very easy. Okay, and I'll tell you a briefing of advanced tax return वो भी. फिर we will take lunch break at 1:30, and then only one topic will be left, that is TDS TCS, जिसके आपको बहुत मजा आएगा. I'll be doing problems of TDS TCS. You'll really enjoy it. चलो, go to your basics बेटा. First chapter, normal tax regime के tax देखते हैं पहले. What are the 5 cases wherein previous year and assessment year is same? Just 2 minutes, हाँ, या 2 मिनट का जल्दी वाला ब्रेक ले लें, थोड़ा पानी पी के आ जाओ. हम छोटे छोटे टॉपिक कर रहे हैं. 115 BAC. I'm giving you mindset for solving total income problem and residential status before we go for lunch break. आ जाओ, छोटा सा 2 minutes वाला ब्रेक. Okay. Let us quickly do the residential status. हाँ नहीं, पहले थोड़ा tax rates देख लेते हैं. Let us see the tax rates. Normal tax regime, undisclosed income, whenever it is recovered, you have to pay 78% tax. Normal tax regime कब apply होगा बेटा? When you are coming out of default tax regime and they'll say section 115 BAC 6. When you opt for section 115 BAC 6 wala clause means you are opting out of the default tax regime. Yeah. So for individual HUF, AOP, BOI, all. If your income is up to 2,50,000 nil, 250 to 5 lakh 5%, 5 lakh to 10 lakh 20%, and above 10 lakh 30%. I'll go little fast here because this enough we have practiced regularly. If your income is up to 5 lakhs in the normal tax regime, you are getting a rebate in the tax up to 12,500. And now what is the tax on that? You pay ESES. Okay, right. But if you are opting for default tax regime, then instead of 5 lakh, up to 7 lakh, you are getting a rebate. Here 12,500, there 25,000. Okay, this one is where in the default tax regime. Default tax regime के rate अभी आएंगे बेटा आगे. Okay, are you all following? Yeah. Up to 7 lakh, there is no tax in the default tax regime. See, default tax regime 0 to 3 lakh nil, 3 lakh to 6 lakhs. Next 3 lakh pay 5%, 6 lakh to 9 lakh. Next 3 lakh pay 10%. ऐसे रहता है. ठीक है? So if you observe 3 lakh to 6 lakh, on 3 lakh 5% is 15,000. 6 lakh to 7 lakh, on the next 1 lakh it is 10,000. So 25,000. Up to 7 lakhs, there is no tax in the default tax regime. Up to 5 lakh, the tax 12,500 rebate मिलता है under section 87A. Rebate is allowed only if you are a resident individual. Very important. Sometimes in the exam, if they give non-resident, rebate भी नहीं मिलता है, और non-resident don't get the seniority benefit also. ये देखो. For senior citizen, basic exemption instead of 250 is 3 lakh, but resident, non-resident को नहीं मिलता है. Super senior citizen 80 years and above को भी नहीं मिलेगा. ठीक है? Right. Now, okay, up to 7 lakhs you have got a rebate. But if my income increases just by a small amount, I'm teaching a concept like marginal relief. Many times I've taught this separately also, but क्योंकि ये बहुत important है for this upcoming exam, this is a very important amendment. That's why I want to discuss again. In your default tax regime, up to 7 lakhs, you are getting a rebate of 25,000. What if my income is 7 lakh 15,000? On 7 lakh 15,000, how will you calculate tax? Up to 3 lakh nil, 3 lakh to 6 lakh, 5% on the next 3 lakh. 6 lakh to 7 lakh 15,000. On 1 lakh 15,000, 10%. तो आपका कितना आ गया ये? कितना आ गया बेटा आपका? 26,500. Oh, when my income was 7 lakhs, the tax was nil. Why? Because 25,000 का तो rebate है. Just because my income is above 7 lakh by 15,000, I have to pay tax. How much? 26,500. 7 lakh 15,000 पे tax कितना है? 26,500. 7 lakh पे tax is nil. Actually 7 lakh पे tax is 25,000, but you are getting a rebate. So up to 7 lakh tax is nil. On 7 lakh 50,000 tax is 26,500. Just because income increased by 15,000, my tax increased by 26,500. समझ में आ रहा है? तो जो excess income आ रहा है ना, यूकी, अरे I am earning 15,000 extra and you are taking 26,500 extra tax. This is not done. So the difference of this 26,500 minus 15, 11,500. I want a rebate, and you keep the tax 15,000. Whatever I have earned above 7 lakhs, little amount, marginal amount, you keep. And on that 4% cess. After doing rebate part, then on balance, you have to calculate the cess. Please remember one basic thing. Tax is calculated on total income. Surcharge, if your income exceeds 50 lakh, surcharge is applicable on tax. And tax plus surcharge दोनों पे क्या लगता है 4% cess. ठीक है? चलो. If someone's birthday is on 1st April 24, it is assumed that he has completed 60 years on 31st March 24 and he is eligible for seniority benefit, 60 years and above. Very simple but very interesting knowledge in the coming half an hour. So pay attention. Companies taxes are 30%, foreign company 40%, but Indian domestic company, if their turnover is less than 400 crores in 21-22, 2 years prior, then the tax is 25%. Cooperative society, up to 10,000, 10%. 10,000 to 20,000, 20%. 20,000 and above, 30%. Okay? Special income, special rates. Long-term capital gain on jewelry, property, 20%. Long-term capital gain on listed shares and all, where STT is charged. Up to 1 lakh exempt. This 1 lakh is exemption over and above 2,50,000 basic exemption. Huh? Long-term capital gain on shares, जिसमें STT लगता है, उसको 1 lakh additional exemption and beyond that 10%. Short-term capital gain, other than shares, slab rates. Short-term capital gain on shares, 15%. Casual income, 30%. Undisclosed income, 78% for MCQ. Yeah. Now, if individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, if your income exceeds 50 lakhs to 1 crore, 10% surcharge. Surcharge is it. Oh, you are earning above 50 lakhs, you can pay extra tax. 1 crore to 2 crore, 15%. 2 crore and above, 25%. 5 crore and above, 37%. Partnership firm. पहले यहां तक के लिए एक नोट 1 दिया है, वो पढ़ेंगे. What is the highest surcharge rate? 5 crore के ऊपर 37%. But there are cases wherein 25% and 37% is not available. 25% and 37% is not applicable. Even if your income is 8 crore, your surcharge will only be 15%. What are those cases? Short-term capital gain on shares, long-term capital gain on shares, dividend income and other. So suppose I have long-term capital gain on shares, 8 crores. Still, what will be the surcharge rate? 15%. The additional surcharge rate 2 to 5 crore, 25%. 5 crore and above 37 is not applicable to short-term capital gain on shares, long-term capital gain on shares, dividend income and other long-term capital gain. Is my speed fine? You all are enjoying or not? Even if you are watching as recording, CMA students, I know. I said same marathon is applicable for you, but आप बोल रहे हैं मैम पहले पढ़ाई तो होने दो. जब भी मैराथन देखोगे, comment below that is it clear or not. For normal tax regime, surcharge is 25% if income exceeds 2 to 5 crore. Surcharge is 37. For default tax regime, surcharge is 25% if the income exceeds 2 crore. 37% surcharge is not applicable in the default tax regime. और ये वाले income है ना, इनको तो 25% भी applicable नहीं है, 37% भी applicable नहीं. चलो. Many times in exam they are asking what is maximum marginal rate of tax. What is highest rate of tax for individual? 30%. On that surcharge, 37%. On that cess, 4%. So if I am earning 100 rupees, I am paying 42.744% to government. समझ में आ रहा है आप सबको? So what is the highest rate? Many times AOP and all are asked to pay MMR. MMR is maximum marginal rate of tax. कितना? 42.744 in normal. In default tax regime, that is section 115 BAC, highest tax is 30%. फिर आपका क्या आ गया? 25% सरचार्ज आ गया आपका, और फिर 4% सेस आ गया, तो 39%. ठीक है? चलो, let us understand the concept of marginal income by one. Ma'am, will they say no, but you have to remember that if the income is increasing just by a margin, marginal costing पढ़ते हैं ना, तो वैसा तो करना पड़ेगा आपको. हाँ, marginal costing, I just want marginal costing, marginal relief separately also 5 marks question is asked. See, on 51 lakhs, what is my tax? नॉर्मल टैक्स मैं कर रही हूँ, 250 टू ये 5 लाख टू 10 लाख 20 एंड सो, और सरचार्ज 50 लाख से इनकम एक्सीड हुआ तो सरचार्ज तो पे करना पड़ेगा ना. ईसेस डोंट कैलकुलेट नाउ, आफ्टर रीबेट, आफ्टर रिलीफ ओनली यू हैव टू कैलकुलेट द ईसेस. यस. So what is it that the tax is payable on 51 lakhs? 1476. Okay, what if my income is only 50 lakhs? Yeah, then 13 lakh 12,500. Okay, excess tax is 164. Excess income. See, just because my income increased by a marginal amount of 1 lakhs, I am liable to pay 164 extra tax. Why? Because of surcharge lag gaya. So this is not right. If I am earning 1 lakh extra, you take the whole 1 lakh as tax. But why you are charging me tax 1,64,250 when my income has just increased by 1 lakh? I want a relief of 64,250. And so my final tax will be 1412. And here you have to add the cess. सेस अगर ऊपर लगाए तो मार्जिनल रिलीफ का आंसर गलत हो जाएगा. मार्जिनल रिलीफ का आंसर गलत हो जाएगा इफ यू पुट सेस. क्लियर? Same way all the others. Income is to be rounded off in the multiples of 10 and taxes also in the multiples of 10. That is given by section 88 and 88B. Unutilized basic exemption, I hope you know. एकदम basic problems हैं ये practice के लिए. चलो, I'll take up now. Tax plan. Can I just say the gist so that if it is asked in MCQ, you can score? Tax planning is taking full benefit of exemption deductions. Like my father is paying my PPF, I'm paying my son's PPF. He is already putting the money in his LIC. So like this, all of us are taking ATC. So tax planning. And suppose I'm only into teaching, I'm only into business. And if I'm only doing share trading, can I do the share trading in my son's name or in my mother-in-law's name so that everyone will get basic? So this is tax planning. Tax avoidance is bending the law. It's not that legally you're wrong, but you are bending the law. Okay, above 10,000 एक दिन में पे किए तो गलत है ना, 2 दिन का receipt बना दो. Ritvik, you just come and take 11,000 cash, but I'll ask you to sign on 2 receipts, one for today, one for tomorrow. So we are trying to bend the law. Tax evasion is suppression of sales, putting ghost expense. Showing wrong profits, that's illegal. Tax management is complying. Filing your monthly TDS returns, TCS returns, GST returns, paying advance tax installments, all that is tax management. Chalo. Now we are going for the default tax regime. Just I will do. Those who want to do in detail, refer tax amendment lecture 1 in the playlist. जहाँ पे अमेंडमेंट वीडियोस है वहां जाके देखो. 1 घंटे में प्रॉब्लम के साथ क्लियर होगा. अभी मैं प्रॉब्लम नहीं करूँ. This is applicable for individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Yeah, they say up to 3 lakh nil, 3 lakh to 6 lakh, 5 lakh, 6 lakh to 9 lakh, 10%, 9 lakh to 12 lakh, 15, 12 to. So for every 3 lakh increase in income, tax rate is increasing by 5%. Okay, above 15 lakh, 30%. If you are going for 115 BAC, you will not go for AMT. Rebate you will get up to 7 lakhs. Special income, special rate. Surcharge 37% is not applicable. And basic exemption 3 lakh is for all. No additional basic exemption for senior citizen, super senior citizen, all. Standard deduction in salary you will give in default tax regime, also normal tax regime. Okay. Following exemptions you will not give, would not be allowed. If you go for default tax regime, you cannot claim leave travel concession exemption, house rent allowance, special exemption, 100 per month for children education, 300 per month for hostel, wo nahi milega. Daily allowance of MPs and MLAs, it will become taxable. For minor, you are claiming 1032, that you will not get. Tax holiday. If you file your return in default tax regime, you can't avail tax holiday. You remember? Total turnover, export turnover, total profit. Kitna aa raha export profit? That will be exempt. This mainly we work out with AMT problem. But very important is, please remember all of you, section 10AA, don't give it in business head. Give it below the gross total income. Clear hai sabko? In the form of deduction. Entertainment allowance you can't deduct, PT you can't deduct. Okay. But transport allowance for handicapped children 3,200 per month tak exempt hai, that you will get in default tax regime. Conveyance allowance, cost of tour and travel, standard deduction, ye sab. Suppose for traveling, your boss is saying, oh, you're going for official tour, 5,000 per day will give you allowance. But 3,000 you have actually spent for official purpose, and you have the bills, lodging, boarding, conveyance and all, exempt. You can't take interest on loan in self-occupied property if you're going default tax regime. You can claim normal depreciation, you can't claim additional depreciation. Normal depreciation, yes. Additional depreciation, no. Scientific research, no. 35 AD, no. 35 triple C agricultural product, no. And chapter 6A deductions you will not get in default tax regime except 80 CCD 2, employer's contribution, 10% of salary to pension scheme. 80 CCH2, employer's contribution to Agniveer Corpus Fund, and 80 JJAA. ठीक है? Right. बाकी तो एकदम simple है. If you are having business income, no business income, then every year you can decide you want default or normal. If you are having business income, decide for the first year, default or normal. Default, then continue. Once you come out, you can't opt in if you have business income. ये इससे related problems पूरे solve करके आपको दिए हैं. If you want, you can work out. Okay. AMT, alternative minimum tax. This is a beautiful logic. It says ki minimum you have to pay this much tax. Okay. This is not applicable if you are going for section 115 BAC. Please remember. So I want all of you to write a note in your notebook. If you are going for 115 BAC, that's your option 1. Total income ke liye they say no, whichever is beneficial you go. AMT, NA, not applicable. Second, option 2 is normal tax or AMT. नॉर्मल टैक्स और एएमटी. अगर आपका नॉर्मल टैक्स ज्यादा आ रहा है, एएमटी कम आ रहा है, तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. बट इफ योर नॉर्मल टैक्स इज say 6 lakh, your AMT is coming 8 lakh, at least you have to pay 8 lakhs. So normal tax or AMT, whichever is higher. Are you all with me? If they say solve total income problem, you have to solve like this. 115 BAC. 115 BAC आप निकाल के देख लो. नॉर्मल और AMT में whichever is higher, go for it. हाँ, and that AMT and 115 BAC, whichever is lower will be the tax paid. नॉर्मल से अगर AMT हाई है तो you have to pay AMT minimum tax. If your normal tax is 6 lakh, AMT is 8 lakh, you have to pay 8 lakhs. But in default tax regime, check. If it is coming 5 lakh, go for default tax regime. Are you getting how you have to solve the problem? Every problem they will give clearly, beta. कोई assumption बनाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Refer my total income video. I think it's 22nd or 23rd day in the DT Sarathi batch. 1.5 घंटे में मैंने अच्छे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किए हूँ फॉर द टोटल इनकम. चलो, AMT का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है? बिकॉज यू आर टेकिंग 80 डबल जे डबल ए 30% रॉयल्टी, 10 double A, that export turnover, and 35 AD. See, 35 AD, specified business revenue capital, all the expense are allowed. So what is happening? You are going into losses. So at least alternative minimum tax is saying on your adjusted total income, pay at least 18.5% tax. Same concept, you will do it in final when you learn math. Okay? The provision shall not apply to individual HUF where if adjusted total income does not exceed 20 lakhs. MCQ के लिए 20 lakhs limit is not applicable for firm and LL. Now how to work out the question? Compute your regular tax with surcharge cess all. What is adjusted total income? Whatever is total income, add back these deductions what you have given. 80 double J double A, 80 QQB, RRB sub. Add back 35 AD. In 35 AD, building and all, 100% capital expenditure is also deducted. 2-star and above hotel. तो उसको add करो, deduct depreciation on that. See, this is a revision beta. If you are watching this directly and you are thinking कि मैम मेरे को पूरा समझ में आएगा, कैसे समझ में आएगा बेटा? Regular class, फिर practice batch, फिर chapter wise revision videos, and now this marathon. This is the 4th stage. You can't go to 4th stage directly. है ना? चलो. Deduction under 10 double A. If you have taken add back 35 AD, add back and deduct the depreciation. Other deductions 80H, add back. You'll get adjusted total. Adjusted total income ka at least 18.5% you have to pay. Income tax liability. If G is higher, AMT credit can be. So A is your regular tax, G is your this tax. Whichever is higher, you have to pay. If G is higher, say regular tax is 6 lakhs, this is minimum 8 lakh. Pay 8 lakh and this minus this 2 lakhs credit you can carry forward for 15 years. I want to repeat in AMT, calculate regular tax with cess. Here also calculate AMT with cess, surcharge all. ठीक है, बाकी सब कॉमन है, वो क्रेडिट आप कितना कर सकते हो. दीज आर ऑल वेरी नाइस. सेक्शन 10 डबल ए का मैंने कराया है, फिर भी आपको एक बार फिर बताती हूँ. ये देखो यहाँ पे है टोटल टर्नओवर 100 lakhs, एक्सपोर्ट टर्नओवर 80 lakhs, टोटल प्रॉफिट आ रहा है 40 lakhs. तो तो एक्सपोर्ट का प्रॉफिट कितना होगा, क्रॉस मल्टीप्लाई, कैलकुलेटर. प्रैक्टिस बैच भी यूज सो मच ऑफ कैलकुलेटर, अभी तो जरूरत ही नहीं है. 80 into 40 divide by 100. How much you are getting? 32 lakhs. 32 lakhs profit will be exempt under section 10 AA, provided promise that export turnover is brought in India. If export turnover is 80 lakhs but brought in India is only 75 lakhs, then in this formula don't take 80, take 75. And section 10 AA में first 5 years 32 lakhs का deduction मिलेगा. 5 to 10 years, next 5 years 50%, 16 lakhs. 10 years के बाद 16 lakhs या whatever you transfer to export translation reserve. I want to repeat, if you are studying from old books material, section 10 AA की जगह business head में नहीं है. You have to take it in deductions. Okay? So presentation will differ. Okay. Residential status. Now gone are the days they'll ask you to decide. कितने दिन में बोलो, 15 मिनट में रेसिडेंशियल स्टेटस खत्म हो जाएगा. एंड वन सिंगल वीडियो, द होल क्रक्स विद क्वेश्चन आंसर इज डन इन DT रिविजन वीडियोस. Now again the students are messaging what's the difference between DT revision video and DT Sarathi practice batch. Revision video, the concept is revised very nice. Now I'm taking marathon. But DT practice batch में with concept we have solved one problem also. So if you're writing CMA exam, still time is there. If you have not completed, DT Sarathi batch complete करो. ठीक है? हाँ. Residential status, if they ask you to decide and then if they give you so and so income, how much will be the income taxable in India, then please write conditions. If it is a 5 to 6 mark problem, you have to write basic conditions. He should be in India for 182 days or more. Or second basic condition, 60 days or more, and in the PP wise preceding 4 years, 365 days or more. Any one of the basic conditions satisfied, individual is said to be resident. Okay. Once he is resident, additional condition, both he should satisfy. Additional conditions are related to 10 previous years. Out of 10 preceding previous years, 2 years he should be resident in India. Out of the preceding 7 years, 730 days he should be resident. He should be in India. So if you satisfy one of the basic conditions, 2 additional conditions, you are said to be resident. So you have to write the condition, then calculate, and then conclude. So Mr. Bretley is a non-resident. Underline. Now total taxable income. Even if he is non-resident, income received in India, deemed to received, accrued in India, deemed to accrue, dividend received from India, वो तो taxable है ना? चलो. So just telling you to remember this. He should be in India for 182 days or more or 60 days or more. I'll do it better with a flow chart. If he does not satisfy any basic condition, he is a non-resident. If he satisfies one of the basic conditions, but none of the additional conditions, he is resident but not ordinary resident. If he satisfies both the additional conditions, resident. What are the additional conditions? सब यहाँ दिया. Basic condition तो clear है ना? Out of 2 preceding years, 10 out of 2 years, he should be resident. And out of the last 7 years, 730 days, he should be resident. Okay. Additional conditions. Cases wherein second basic condition is not applicable. यही आता है exam. 60 days वाला applicable नहीं है. You will be resident only if you are in India for 182 days or more. So what are those cases? Indian citizen who during the relevant previous year goes abroad and visits India. Indian citizen who during the previous year goes abroad for employment. He will be resident only if he is in India for 182 days. Second condition not applicable. Indian citizens who leaves India as a member of crew or ship. Indian person of Indian origin, Indian citizen or a person of Indian origin who stays abroad and visits India. See, Indian citizen going abroad for employment, only 182 days से ज़्यादा India में. Indian citizen going out as a member of cruise ship. Huh? The day they board the ship, they have to sign in the continuous discharge certificate. The day they come back, ये MCQ में पूछते हैं, CMA के एग्जाम में आ भी चुका है. चलो. So, Indian citizen or person of Indian origin staying abroad coming to visit India. Then the first basic condition is only applicable. In point 3, the period is reduced to 120 days and 365 days in 4 years if such person is having total income. इसको थोड़ा समझने में टाइम ही लगता है, but question आते हैं और बहुत easy है. तो 2 मिनट सुनो. If a person is having total income other than foreign source, means total income in India exceeding 15 lakhs, then instead of 182 days, it will be 120 days se zyada and 365 days in the 4 years. Then also he'll become a resident. I'll show how. देखो, ये देखो, ये सब एग्जाम्पल हैं आपके लिए जो सॉल्व किए हुए हैं. Second basic condition is not applicable 60 days and more and 365 days if a person is leaving out for employment. If a person is going as a member of crew, no problem. Person of Indian origin staying abroad, coming to visit India. Less than 120 days, non-resident. 120 days to 181 days, person of Indian origin staying abroad, coming to India. You know who is person of Indian origin? A person whose parents, grandparents are born. Acha, and while calculating number of days, the day you come to India and the day you leave, those days are also counted. तो मतलब आप 25 जनवरी को आए तो 25 को भी काउंट करेंगे, 26 से 31 नहीं करेंगे. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 7 days we will take. Okay. So person of Indian origin staying abroad coming to India less than 180 days non-resident. More than 120 to 181 days. Is total income in India above 15 lakh? Yeah. Preceding 4 years is he in India for 365 days? Then he is said to be resident but not ordinary resident. 181 से ज़्यादा है तो वैसे ही resident हो जाएगा. I have written refer problem number 1. There's a very nice concept. You can write a short note on deemed resident. Okay. Section 6(1)(a). What does it say? Forget it how many days you are in India. Are you getting in India income exceeding 15 lakhs? Yes. You are not liable to pay tax in any other countries? Yes. Okay. Then see, when you are not paying tax any other country, जिसका कोई नहीं है उसके बहुत सारे parents और guardian, that's the song which goes here. So you are earning in India how much? Above 15 lakhs. And you are not paying tax anywhere else, no? Please come, this is your own hometown. You are earning more than 15 lakhs, no? Pay tax here. Resident and not ordinary. Don't try to make them resident and ordinary. Possibly nahi hai. No need to check the additional condition. फिर से एक बार. Individual having other than income from foreign exceeding 15 lakhs means income in India exceeding 15 lakhs. He's not liable to pay tax in any other country. He's not coming in that basic conditions, 182 days or usme nahi aa raha hai. It may be noted that deemed resident will always be resident but not ordinary resident. No need to check the additional conditions. Continuity is not required. You can come and go 3-4 times. But if the total stays exceeds 182 days, you're caught up. Residential status has got nothing to do with the citizenship. Income received in India is taxable, but remittances are not taxable. What are remittances? A person is a doctor in America. He receives his income in America. From there, he transfers to India for his family and children's education. So, will he have to pay again in India also? No, because this income is not received by hospital in India. This income is remitted or transferred in India. Remittances are not taxable. और एक पॉइंट यहाँ नहीं लिखा है बट एग्जाम में बहुत आता है. Past untaxed profit brought to India. Past untaxed profit brought to India. One second. Huh? What do you mean by past untaxed profit brought to India? You have earned some income in London, you have paid the tax over there, now permanently you are coming to India. Yeah, DDLJ movie, Shah Rukh Khan, Amrish Puri. Amrish Puri earns a lot in London, he's paying tax there, but now he's permanently shifting to Punjab. So what is happening? That past untaxed profit is brought to India. Past untaxed profit is brought to India. Is it going to be taxable? No, because this is just a transfer of your capital. रेसिडेंशियल स्टेटस ऑफ HUF और ये सब कैसे डिसाइड होगा? देखो एक फ्लो चार्ट में क्लियर हो जाएगा. रेसिडेंशियल स्टेटस ऑफ HUF, AOP, BOI. If control and management of the HUF karta is partially in India, partially outside India, resident. Control and management wholly outside India, non-resident. And additional conditions are to be satisfied by karta. If karta satisfies, like out of last 10 years, 2 years he is resident, or karta is in India for 730 days and above, so that will become resident. If karta doesn't satisfy, then it will be resident. But what's basic condition for control and management? Heads and brains, decision making power. Indian company is always resident. Foreign company, Indian company is always resident. Huh? Even if someone is non-resident, but if he has received dividend in India, he has to pay the tax in India. Foreign company, what is POEM? Place of effective management. If it is in India, resident. If place of effective management is only outside India, non-resident. 2 minutes, take your time. Once you know residential status, which income is taxable in India? This table you have to by heart, chew करके खा जाना है इसको. देखो, income received in India, पैसे इंडिया में मिले ना? Yes, taxable for all. Income deemed to be received in India, that TDS part and all. Even though my income is 10 and I have received 8, 2 is TDS deducted by someone and paid to government. 2 rupees is deemed to receive ना. बैंक से इंटरेस्ट मिला 10 रुपए, बैंक ने TDS काट के 9 दिए, तो 9 is income received in India. 1 is income deemed to be received, TDS part. Income accruing in India. Someone in Burma selling the property in Chennai to someone in Sri Lanka. अब मैं ऐसे बता रही, मतलब बर्मा या श्रीलंका में ज्योग्राफी नहीं पढ़ा रही आपको. अरे ऐसे ही. Where is the seller? Burma. Where is the buyer? Sri Lanka. But property कहाँ है? चेन्नई में. Is income going to accrue in India? Yes. Deemed to accrue? Yes. Received in India? Yes. Deemed to received? Yes. बस खत्म. Now, income received outside India, accrued outside India, but the business is controlled from India. These two people will pay tax. Why non-resident will pay tax? Neither non-resident is from India, neither income is received in India, neither it is accrued in India. Why he should pay tax? No, these two will pay the tax. Income earned and received outside India. Income earned outside India, received outside India, business set up outside India. Yes, no, no. Resident and ordinary resident and non-resident both will not pay. Now I will teach you vertically. Look at this. Resident and ordinary resident on world income. But don't write this. I've seen students writing in the class test world income. किसको समझा रहे बेटा? ये टेबल अगर आप एग्जाम में बना रहे हो, if you are making this table, just write 1 or 2 line extra. That's it. Are you getting? Resident and ordinary resident will pay tax on the world income. Non-resident in only 4 cases. Received, deemed to received, accrued, deemed to accrue, khatam. And this will come in the 5 cases. ठीक है? चलो नेक्स्ट. या रेसिडेंट एंड नॉट ऑर्डिनरी रेसिडेंट 4 के साथ एक ये केस जुड़ गया. इनकम रिसीव्ड आउटसाइड इंडिया, accrued, but the business is controlled from India. Business connection and all is very simple. I'll tell you one gist for all the other incomes. Royalty, your technical fees and all. देखो, royalty, interest, technical fees. Is it paid by government of India? Anywhere in the world, taxable. Is it paid by resident for a project in India? Taxable. Matlab the resident is paying interest on loan for project in India, taxable. He is paying royalty for project in India, taxable. Resident paying for project outside India to non-resident, not taxable. Non-resident is in Spain. We are needing technical help of non-resident outside India for our project in Spain. Why non-resident will pay tax in India? Usko kya lena dena? हाँ, but if non-resident services we are taking for a project in India, taxable. हाँ, non-resident, this is received by non-resident. Now, non-resident paid by non-resident for business connection or project in India, taxable. Non-resident is paying interest, royalty, fees for technical services for his project in India. Then he has to pay the tax in India, not non-resident, the recipient. That's all for the residential status. Triple column wale problem अच्छे से करना. After residential status, I think it's agricultural income. What is agricultural, what is not, we have seen in detail. हाँ, ये देखो ऐसे, you have to write like this, note, then the calculation, then the conclusion, and conditions also. Problems please go through on. एग्रीकल्चरल इनकम क्या है नहीं है वो तो सबको क्लियर है. टैक्स कैसे कैलकुलेट करना है? एग्रीकल्चरल इनकम, नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल इनकम, कैलकुलेट टैक्स विदाउट सेस. एग्रीकल्चरल इनकम एंड बेसिक एग्जेम्पशन, कैलकुलेट टैक्स. 1 - 2 इज टैक्स पेबल माइनस रीबेट सरचार्ज ऐड करो जो है. अब जो बैलेंस आएगा उस पे सेस ऐड करना है. ठीक है, डन. Now we have completed with section 10 exemptions B, 5 heads B. Directly come to your last topics. हाँ, लंच ब्रेक के बाद एक ही टॉपिक रहेगा, TDS. Did you all understand 115 BAC versus normal, or you want one more video of 15-20 minutes की clear समझ में आया? डिफॉल्ट में क्या क्या लेना है, इसमें क्या क्या लेना है, एक बार चेक करके मुझे बता दो. टिल देन आई एम गोइंग टू रिटर्न ऑफ इनकम एडवांस टैक्स इंटरेस्ट वाला. छोटा ही टॉपिक है बट वहां से पूछते हैं. टीडीएस तो ब्रेक की बात करेंगे. वेरी नाइस एग्जाम्पल आई हैव गिवन इन 234 एबीसी इंटरेस्ट, तो आपको एकदम क्लियर हो जाएगा. आ जाओ. आई एम ऑन पेज नंबर 246. ओके, these are very small topics, but you remember I told you the paper pattern that along with 2 case studies you will be getting 1 MCQs also. That's the point where these questions are asked. Aja, I'm on page number 246. Advanced text, maybe 1 page here and there, kabhi kabhi correction karne ke baad. Who has to pay advance tax? Huh? Whose income is exceeding the basic exemption limit before giving the section 54K exemption and all. Senior citizen, if they are not having business income, no need to pay advance tax on their own income. Or a person whose total tax liability does not exceed 10,000, no need to pay advance tax. But otherwise, yes, you have to pay advance tax. Okay, in 4 installments. By 15th June, 15%. By 15 September, 45%. By 15 December, 75%. And by 15th March, 100%. Okay, right. Now, if you are paying advance tax till 15 September, but 16 September suddenly you got a casual income or a capital gain, एक property जो बहुत time से नहीं बिक रही थी, बिक गई, and then tax on that you have covered in remaining 2 installments, you are not at a default. If you check the total tax, because of capital gain it's high, they'll say अरे total tax का 15% तो pay नहीं किए. But if total tax has capital gain tax or casual income, which you could not predict, but whenever you got after that, you have paid advance tax on that, no interest is going to be levied. And those who go for optional payment, you remember 44 ADA, on your turnover you show 8%, or digital turnover hai to 6%, no need to maintain books. Those people are allowed to pay advance tax in single installment before 15th of March. Okay. Now, if there's a delay in payment of tax, 3 kind of interest are charged. 234A interest is charged from due date of filing the return, say September, to actual date, November. If you're filing the return late, then whatever is your tax minus TDS and all, which has already gone, the tax part which is delayed, you have to pay interest from due date to actual date. 234B interest is if 90% of tax you have not paid as advance tax. Okay, then from April, 1st April 24 to due date 31st July, you have to pay interest. And 234C interest is delay in installments. Ma'am, you said no, 15% June tak pay karna padega. I'll not pay. I'll pay whole 45% and then 75 and 100. तो मैं ना सीधा यहाँ 15 पे करो, यहाँ 30 और पे करो, यहाँ 30 और पे करो, और यहाँ 25. That's the concept. But I'll not pay this. I'll directly pay 45 here. So from 15 June to 15 September for 3 months, interest will be charged at the rate of 1% per annum for delay in installments. Followed all of you? So this is a very nice problem which will cover all the 234 ABC interest. और उसका मैंने कहीं पे एक जगह जिस्ट दिया था, ये देखो 234A interest बी और सी. कब लगता है वो तो बताया, बट दिस इज चार्ज रिवर्स. 234C interest is charged from 15th June 23. Delay in installments. You said I'll pay my tax on 15th September. I'll not pay in June. So delay in installments 234C. Then from 1st April to July, shortfall in the advance tax 234B. This is a beautiful example I've added on my own to make it super clear. And 234A interest if your due date is 31st July and if you're filing in October, from the due date till actual date. See, if you file your return on time, you may pay delayed interest in installments. You may pay interest from April to July. But time पे भरा तो 234A पे करने की जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है? Right. TDS we will do after the lunch break beta. Already 3 hours are over. अच्छे से करेंगे. Past exam के questions हैं सबके पास पीछे से. I want to work out the problems also. Right now I am checking return of income. There's no change in return of income. Who should file the return? Mandatory filing of the return for partnership firm and companies, irrespective of profit losses. For individual HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, if before the deductions, the gross total income exceeds 2,50,000. See, my total income is 170. My tax is nil. But that is after ATC. पहले तो gross total income तो 320 है ना. So before any exemption and deduction, if your income exceeds 2,50,000 or whatever, if you're going for 115 BAC, 3 lakh basic exemption, you have to file your return. And if you are a beneficial owner of a property abroad or beneficial interest in any partnership firm or any interest abroad, you have to file your return. Other than this, one-liner question, compulsory filing of return for high value transactions. If you call it ratna, to ratlo par ye aata hai exam. If you deposit more than 1 crore in your current account, right? If your travel expense abroad is more than 2 lakhs, if you have paid more than 1 lakh electricity bills, you have to file your return. If your gross receipts exceed 60 lakhs, मैम बट टैक्स ऑडिट का लिमिट तो 1 करोड़ है, फिर भी 60 lakhs के ऊपर गया आपका टर्नओवर, तो whatever is income बेटा आपको रिटर्न भरना पड़ेगा. If the gross receipt in the profession exceeds 10 lakhs, TDS, TCS deducted is 25,000 for senior citizen, 50,000. Current account में if you have deposited more than 1 crore, saving account में if you have deposited more than 50 lakhs, you have to file your return. Senior citizen, not above 60, above 75, who is just having pension and interest income, and that pension as well as interest income they are putting in the bank, then it's bank responsibility to deduct TDS, and they are exempted from filing the return. Bank TDS काट के पे कर देगा. ठीक है? Due date of filing the return for tax audit and all 31st October, where international transactions are there 30th of November, for all others July. Belated and late return and all you can file by 31st December. Revised return all by December 24. Updated return, yes. Any time within 24 months from the end of the relevant assessment year, your revised return, uska date to ho gaya, but updated return you can file. But in updated return, you can't show more loss. You cannot show loss. You cannot decrease your tax liability. You cannot claim refund. Ma'am, so why we should file updated return? Just if you have missed out any income, to increase tax, to reduce losses, you can file updated return. ठीक है? Of course, when you file updated return, 2 years time is given from the end of the assessment year. But if you file within 12 months, 25% of the aggregate tax, surcharge, cess and interest आपको देना पड़ेगा, extra tax. And if you file updated return after 12 months but before 24 months, तो 50% extra tax देना. Who will sign the return? This is a very easy list you can remember and asked also. If there is something tough in exam, there's something very easy asked. Who should apply for a 10-digit PAN card? Whose turnover exceeds 5 lakhs? Who's required to file return? Who wants to get registration in GST and all? Okay, right. This is added from last year, but important. If you want to deposit more than 20 lakhs cash in your account, you should have the PAN. If you want to withdraw 20 lakhs. If you want to open a current account, तो ये 3 ऐसे cases है जब आपको PAN देना पड़ेगा. Where you need to code the PAN card. PAN and Aadhaar authentication is necessary. Otherwise, you have to pay fine. Yeah. If you don't file the return on time along with 234A interest, fee is also there. If your income does not exceed 5 lakh 1,000. 5 lakh के ऊपर गए तो 5,000. और पैन और आधार लिंक नहीं है तो आपको 1,000 रुपीज पेनल्टी देना होगा. That's all for set off, carry forward, deductions, residential status, 115 BAC, return of income. I have not skipped any point. और जो skip किया है वो बहुत easy है. मतलब कहाँ कहाँ पैन कार्ड दोगे तो 4-wheeler registration, opening a bank account, buying jewelry and all above 2 lakhs. ये सब बहुत basic है, right? So let us take a quick lunch break. And we are meeting to solve problems of TCS along with very nice way of learning. I'm literally saying I'm going to skip few TDS sections which I have covered in practice one, but मुझे लगता है सब याद करोगे और मिस आउट हो जाएगा तो मुझे नहीं पढ़ाना. पेपर पैटर्न हमने आपको बताया था ना MTP में, फिर भी अगर आपको देखना है तो ये रहा the paper pattern. Weightage and all I had given. Okay, so check your watches now. It's a break time. रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के. Let's meet at 2 p.m. for TDS and TCS question and answers. Done, right? Okay. We are back to rock the most important topic in income tax after business head, that is TDS and TCS. Yes. So we will do the important provisions. I'll tell you some trick also how to remember that. And I don't believe in much stories. जो genuine है उसको तो याद करना पड़ेगा. But there are ways of repetition with which you can remember. And the next is we will also solve the past exam questions. Okay, right? Past exam questions all have changed to assessment year 24-25. But if it is not done, we will check it. We will do it if something is left. Filing of return of income is the last topic what we completed before break. Tax deducted at source. Yes, whenever I'm generating any income for you, then when income is generated for you, part of the income on which the deductee or the payee or the recipient should pay the tax, on that the deductor or the payer. If I'm generating salary income for you, commission income for you, interest income for you, I have to deduct the TDS and pay to government. Okay. Now, what are the rates and what are the limits and problems? The DT Sarathi compiler problems are also really good. Please check it आज evening में. और मैं आपको I'll be doing the problems afterwards. जो बाद के problem. However fast we do, we miss out. You know, my mother-in-law is not keeping well. She's totally bedridden. So looking after her, feeding her, I myself had lunch. So it took 45 minutes, whereas I said 30 minutes break time. है ना? ठीक है, चलो. Comment below the video that motivates us also that you are following or not. Putting in lot of efforts. Tomorrow we are doing ITC, input tax credit, value of supply, all that. Okay. Chalo. So clear, when I'm generating income for you, I have to deduct the TDS and pay to government. So the first one here is 192. In salary, whatever is the total tax, divide by 12. Whatever is slab rates along with the cess. So if the employee's income and tax thereon is say 15,000. So divide by 12. This is the per month TDS to be deducted. Ma'am, you said there are rates and limits in TDS. Only in salary, you don't have the rates and limits. Okay? Right. 192 is premature withdrawal of recognized provident fund above 50,000. If you withdraw in 5 years, 10% TDS कटेगा. PAN नहीं दिया तो 20%. Most of the cases except 1 or 2. 193 interest on securities, debentures above 5,000. Yes. And interest above 10,000 on bonds, 10% TDS. 194. Now there is some way in which you can remember the sections, but nahi yaad hai to chhod do. But yeah, limits and rates we have to remember. Until now common rate is 10%. Dividend, domestic company giving dividend above 5,000 to individuals and to rest of others all. So it will be like 10%. Okay. 194A. Interest other than interest on securities more than 5,000. So like this is interest on loan and all. Above 5,000 if you are paying, then 10% TDS. But in this 5,000, let us go to note 2. अब आज थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे करना होगा. Note 2. If this is interest paid by banks, cooperative bank or post office, above 40,000, interest TDS is deducted at 10% and senior citizen 50,000. 80 TTA limit is 10,000. For senior citizen, it is 50,000. मैम 80 TTA आएगा ना, आपकी इतनी याद आएगी, आप 10 बार लिख रहे हो. Then it is 10%. Clear? Right? But otherwise, for all the other interest above 5,000, other than interest on securities, so bank loan and all. Yeah. Interest TDS is not applicable for interest which is paid to partners from the partnership firm. Interest on saving account, yeah, interest paid to bank, UTI, LIC, even interest on compensation awarded by motor car accident tribunal above 50,000. मैम तो सेविंग अकाउंट पे नहीं है तो किस इंटरेस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं? दिस इज FD इंटरेस्ट एंड RD इंटरेस्ट above 40,000 and for senior citizen 50,000. Examples are given after every section. तो अभी तक कौन कौन सा इंपॉर्टेंट है? सैलरी, then dividend 10%, interest 10%. Now all the three casual income together. Many of the students are not aware about this one added, but very important. 194B, winning from lottery, okay, or crossword puzzle, card games, all that above 10,000, 30% TDS is deducted. And if you remember, I told you in income from other sources, even if TDS is deducted 30% and you receive 70%, taxable will always be the gross amount. Is this clear to all of you? So what is 194B? Winning from lotteries above 10,000. 194BB, bookmaker or person holding license for horse racing, wagering, betting, winning from horse races above 10,000, 30%. Winning from lottery above 10,000. So if the lottery is 25,000, 10 nahi. Once it exceeds the limit, on the whole amount, 30% TDS is deducted. In this, added from this time is 194BA, that is winning from online games. You remember so much of topic is discussed about online gaming, even in the GST, that online gaming provider should now take registration even if they are providing gaming from outside India to a person in India, right? And whatever, generally on advance there is no GST. But online gaming, mein, once you take the tickets in the casinos or coins or chips or whatever, you have to charge GST on the gross amount. So once again, can we do this grouping? Can we do this grouping? And can we write that all the casual income, 194B lottery, 194BA online gaming, 194BB horse races, 30% TDS is deducted. Online gaming mein there's no limit, beta. Lottery and horse races mein there is. Like that, now very important, 5-star KitKat खिलाओ, ये हर second exam में आता है. 194C, C for contract. So central government, state government, local authority, company, cooperative society, firm, koi bhi, if you are making a single payment of the contract, 1 second, dear students, AC is switching on, it's very hot. Thank you for waiting. चलो साथ में करते हैं. So any single contract payment, if it exceeds 30,000, an aggregate of the payment in a year, if it exceeds 1 lakh. So for example, I'll make you 6-time contract payment during the year, 20,000 into 6. Each payment is less than 30,000, but overall has it exceeded 1 lakh? Answer is yes. Then 20,000 into 6. If the pay जिसको आप पे कर रहे हो, he is individual HUF, then 194C TDS rate is 1%. For others, it is 2%. Okay? And individual and HUF in this whole TDS chapter are liable to deduct the TDS only when their books of accounts are audited. Okay? कुछ exception है. फिर से 194C, if we are making a contract payment, single payment exceeding 30,000, or throughout the year exceeding 1 lakh. Acha, 20,000 into 6, 1 lakh 20,000. So can we say 1 lakh se payment exceed hua hai beta? The last payment what you make, no, 20,000, in that whole 1 lakh 20,000 pe 1% will be deducted. Are you getting what I'm saying? Once the payment exceeds the limit, see, 20,000 into 5th payment tak to 1 lakh hai, no problem. As soon as I make 6th payment, 20,000, not 1% of 20,000. 20,000 में से पूरा 1200 डिडक्ट होगा. 1,20,000 वाला. Clear to all of you? Once you exceed the limit, then on the whole amount TDS is deducted. Now there are three kind of commission. For all the commission, the limit is 15,000 and the rate is 5,000. तो इसको साथ में करेंगे. Are you enjoying the groupism? All casual income 30%. 194C अपना एक अलग है. 194D insurance commission paid by any person to a resident person above 15,000 5%. अब दूसरा commission. Commission remuneration price to a person who is selling lottery ticket 5% above 15,000. This one is very popular. Any commission related to any business, it is also called as Hindi term adatiyas. So adatiyas commissions brokerage exceeding 15,000 5%. Okay? So these three are grouped. All the commission amount individually exceeding 15,000 5%. मैम इनके sections छोड़ दो. जो याद है ठीक है, ज्यादा याद करने के चक्कर में सब भूल जाओगे तो छोड़ दो. Now, do you remember if you pay premium above 10% of sum assured and all the policy value is taxable in income from other sources? So insurance company paying above 1 lakh to any resident on maturity of policy 5% TDS. Generally, maturity of LIC is exempt. So no TDS is to be deducted. But if you have paid more than 10% of the sum assured as premium, then फिर 5% आपका डिडक्ट होगा. ठीक है? Are you all with me and very clear? 194E, payment for participation in any game in India. Advertisement. हाँ, E for you. E किसके लिए पता है? Entertainer. जो E for entertainment. Non-resident sportsman, like IPL is being hosted in India. So a non-resident player coming and playing in India, while they take their payment, TDS is going to be deducted. So non-resident sportsman, non-resident sports association. Non-resident sportsmen, they do three things when they come to India. One is participate in the game, participate in the advertisement, hula la la la, right? Articles in journal. Times of India special editor is foreign players. अब मुझे नाम नहीं पता है क्योंकि मैं IPL नहीं देखती हूँ. आपको पता है तो आप लिख दो. So I want to repeat: non-resident sportsmen coming to India playing game, TDS deducted. Participating in advertisement, taking payment, TDS deducted. Being a special editor and giving articles in journal, TDS is deducted. Amount paid to non-resident sports association, or income received or receivable by non-resident entertainer. Justin Bieber, a foreign singer performer, is coming to perform in India. Vidya Vox, she's from USA. She does so many stage shows in India. So a comedian or anyone. So those entertainers, sportsmen, they come to India. E. They are all non-resident. 194E for entertainment. Listen. Until now, how many TDS rates we have seen? Commission 15%. Casual income 30%. Interest and all 10%. Sorry, commission 5%. 15,000 is the limit. Now here it is 20.8. You know what is 0.84% says? 20%. Nowhere on TDS we are also collecting cess. But for non-resident entertainer, we will collect the cess. Is my groupism clear? I told you I've taken it as a promise that I'll make you learn important rates and limits. Forget about the section. If you don't quote the section, कोई minus mark नहीं होने वाला. अब वो सेक्शन के लिए एक स्टोरी याद करो अमिताभ बच्चन की एंड तेंदुलकर की. That I don't want to give. Okay. One more thing I want to say, wait till the end of the class. Just in another 15-20 minutes when we complete this, we will be solving all the past exam problems. I've solved for total income also. and now for this also we will solve. ठीक है, start करें साथ में. फिर से एक बार, मैम आप तो क्यूमुलेटिव पढ़ा रहे हो स्टैटिस्टिक्स की तरह. Salary, what is the rate of TDS? Average rate, like whatever is their total income, total tax, divide by 12. Right. Dividend and all 10%. Interest above 5%. All the casual incomes 30% is the rate of TDS. Added in that is 194B, और B तो lottery के लिए है, double B तो horse races के लिए है. BA they have added for online games and 30% TDS, no 10,000 limit. Now 194C, I have told you every second exam it comes. Even though your paper is for 50 marks, 6 marks is the weightage of this chapter, equal to your heads of income. और जितनी मेहनत आप कैपिटल गेन में कर रहे हो ना, उसकी तो 1/4 मेहनत है, तो पढ़ लो बार बार. 194C, C for contract payment. If your payee is individual, 1%, otherwise 2%. Single payment exceeding 30,000 or throughout the year the payment exceeding 1 lakh. Dear students, where the payment exceeds 1 lakh, अरे मैंने रब कर दिया, 20,000 के 6 पेमेंट दिए, 1,20,000. 20,000 के 6 पेमेंट, 1,20,000. आया सबको समझ में? Yeah. So this 1,20,000, when the 6th payment you make 20,000, in that TDS will be deducted 1,200. 1,20,000 का 1% 1,200. Whole payment पे TDS will be deducted. Clear to all of you? E for entertainer, foreign entertainers, sports associations, cricketers, 20.8. Now, डबल ई वाला नेशनल सेविंग स्कीम ये सब छोड़ दो, रीपर्चेज ऑफ यूनिट्स 20%, ठीक है. 3 kind of commissions we have seen. Now 194I, when rent is paid to someone above 2,40,000 yearly, then TDS is to be deducted. Here when I am paying rent, I am also paying GST. Rent के ऊपर GST है ना. Residential dwelling given for commercial purpose liable to GST. Residential dwelling given for residential purpose to company and all liable to GST. तो GST के पार्ट पे never TDS is deducted. Is this clear? Yes. Can you put some comment? All clear? बात समझ में आ रही है? Whenever you are making payment along with GST, the TDS is to be, see, I am paying you rent 5 lakh and GST 50,000. 50,000 so you will collect from me and pay to department, indirect tax. What is your rental income? 5 lakh. Only on that TDS is to be deducted, and that is given in note 4. अब note 4 में ना इसके रेट दे दिए, तो हम लोग देख लेंगे एक बार note 4. I'll read all the notes afterwards also, but the most important ones I'm discussing now. Yeah. Plant and machinery, the TDS rate is 2%. Plant machinery equipment, and land, building and furniture fittings, it is 10%. But TDS is to be deducted only on 5 lakh, not on the GST part. Clear? 2% है plant and machinery पे, बाकी सब पे 10%. For actually for every section I have given note and related question answer. Question answer देखने का time नहीं है. आप आज evening में whatever I have made you study now, you have to practice question answers of that, and GST some chapters I'll give. Remaining whole day tomorrow is GST. Yeah, MCQs link, remind me. I said I've already solved MCQs in one. I'll share it. चलो फिर से एक बार, what am I talking to you about? If you are paying rent above 2,40,000 per annum, then TDS is to be deducted at 1% if it is plant and machinery, land and building and all 10%. Nice. Chalo. Now transfer of immovable property other than rural agricultural land. Rural agricultural land is not liable to capital gain. Other than that, if any property is transferred, the buyer should deduct 1% of the sale consideration or the stamp duty, whichever is higher. So if A has sold the house to B at 65 lakhs, but the stamp duty value is 85 lakhs, तो सेल कंसिडरेशन कितना होगा 85 lakhs. TDS कितने पे कटेगा 85 lakhs. And difference will be treated as income for B. B आप क्या आसमान से उतर के आए हो कि why 85 lakhs का house you could purchase in 65? 20 lakhs is gift by A to B. These are the three superb effects discussed in detail in the capital gain chapter. Okay, now I want to talk one thing here. Listen, all of you. We are still in 194 IA. For every deduction of the TDS, 1%. I'm saying 1 minute. Yes. So for every TDS to be deducted, I should have PAN deductor. Deductee should have PAN. Deductee 194 IA में plant and machinery only 2% is the rate of TDS. But if you don't give me your PAN, see, I have to deduct the tax and drop it in your PAN so that in your 26 AS it is auto reflected. So if you don't give me all, अगर कोई आपको recipient address ना दे, तो where will you send the Rapido? Huh? So like that, if the deductee is not giving PAN, I will say instead of 1%, I will deduct TDS at 20%. And then you have to, you're saying, no ma'am, मेरा tax ही नहीं आता, तो फिर refund के लिए फिर return भरना करो सब. Followed or not. So for this TDS chapter, procedural chapter we'll do later, but very important is deductors PAN, deductees PAN, and deductors TAN. What is TAN? Tax deduction account number. I have to tell to department that for so and so person in this nature of income, I have deducted tax and interest in salary, in commission, and lottery. Okay, but exception to rule is I'm a one-time buyer of the property. But because I am buying immovable property, I have to deduct 1% tax of 85 lakhs and pay to the seller. Seller for you 85 lakhs is sale consideration, capital gain लगेगा. So buyer can deduct and pay to government without TAN. Without TAN. PAN तो लगेगा ही लगेगा. These are very small aspects, but they can ask you. Clear to all of you? I'll say how to remember. इसका note भी पीछे दिया है. So any person who is buying the property other than rural agricultural land, 1% TDS he has to deduct. Here you can write TAN not required. TAN की जरूरत नहीं है. हाँ. 194 IB. Individual and HF other than covered in tax audit. See, if you are covered in tax audit and if you are paying rent, then to 2,40,000 rent exceed हुआ तो you have to deduct TDS. But you are a small individual who is a salaried person, but he is staying in a gated apartment where the rent is 75,000 per month. Rent is exceeding 50,000. Very important section. Questions are asked. 194 IB. Rent is exceeding 50,000. If I am paying you, I am a salaried person. मेरे कोई books audit नहीं होते. But I am paying you 75,000 rent per month. 75,000 into 12. Oh, I am generating 9 lakh income for you. Should I deduct TDS? 5%. Yeah? Okay. But here the TDS is to be deducted at the end in March. For that note 6 we have to see. थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे करना पड़ेगा. But then वहीं के वहीं उसका नोट पढ़े तो ही क्लियर होगा. Some notes which I have missed out, I'll definitely read. Yeah. Under the existing provisions of 194B, individual NHF is not liable to deduct TDS under tax audit. But if he pays rent above 50,000, 5% TDS katna padega. Yeah. TDS is to be deducted at the time of credit of rent of the last month. If the property is vacated during the year or March month, as the case may be, it is clarified that deductor shall be liable to deduct not every month. 194 IB is not every month. It is once a year. And again, TAN is not required. See, I am not a regular TDS deductor ki main TAN lete baithu. I'm just paying rent. I'm a salaried person. So deductor is not required to have 10. Where tax is required to be deducted at 20%, such deduction shall not exceed amount of rent payable. See, I have to deduct TDS 5% on the rent. But deducting, if you don't give PAN, then we will deduct the TDS. At what rate? 20%. But 20% अगर आप 9 lakhs का करो, साल भर का रेंट 9 लाख हुआ ना, 20%, तो कितना होता है? 9 lakh पूरे साल का रेंट का 20%, 180. So this cannot exceed the last month का rent, that was 75,000. तो last month का rent पूरा TDS काट के भर दो. I want to repeat, other than tax audit, if individual is paying rent above 50,000, he has to deduct TDS at the rate of 5%. If the deductee owner is not giving the PAN, then he will deduct the TDS at 20%. Because TDS is deducted in last month, it should not exceed more than the rent of the last month, the TDS deducted. इसका एक क्वेश्चन करें. After every section you will find related questions. पूरे पैचअप करके रखें, पार्क करके रखें. Ram, a salaried individual, pays 55,000 per month rent to Rahim. Is he required to deduct TDS? Yes, 5%. 55,000 into 5% for 10 months. Why? Because June se liya hai. Okay? But all TDS is to be deducted in March. Change your answer if he vacated in December. So for June to December, 7 months. Would your answer be different if Ram does not give PAN? Yeah. Then TDS is 55,000 into 20% into 10, 1,10,000. But the last month rent is 55,000 only. तो उतना ही TDS कटेगा. Clear? Right. In case of 2 above, this would amount to 77,000. दो केस है ना, एक 7 month और एक 10 month. But the same has to be restricted. मतलब अगर TDS नहीं काटा तो you can, PAN नहीं दिया तो you can deduct TDS at higher rate, but it should not exceed last month का rent. Okay? Right. 194J next, that is TDS for professional payments above 30,000. If the pay is in call center or technical service, 2% if the payment exceeds 30,000. Professional fees. When you pay fees to chartered accountant for doing tax audit above 30,000, you have to deduct 10% TDS. Royalty for cinematography and all 2%. ये नहीं भी याद है तो ये याद रख लो, बस है सब रेट. हाँ, directors who are getting professional fees paid from the company, TDS is to be deducted under 194J 10% without upper limit of 30,000. Yes? और इस पे GST कौन भरेगा? Company on RCM basis. Non-competent fees. I want to repeat, directors getting salary full-time director है तो TDS is deducted in 192 salary वाला. Directors are getting professional fees 194J. Then TDS is to be deducted at 10% without upper limit of 30,000. Clear है ना हम सबको? चलो. Only few sections are left. आधा घंटा हो गया और आधे घंटे में पूरा खत्म हो जाएगा. या जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट वाला अब आपके इसमें है ही नहीं, छोड़ दो. 194J. Fees for profession or technical service above 30,000 or non-competent fees. What is non-competent fees, beta? Don't open your store within 5 kilometers. ऐसा हम उसको कुछ restrict करते हैं. It's not bribing, it is legal fees and 10% TDS. 10%. Only for commission, 5%. Casual income, 30%. Commission, 5%. Rest all 10%, 10%, 10%. Contract payment 1% if the pay is individual and HUF. 10%, 2%, sorry, for others. So like this, repeat, you will learn it. Compulsory acquisition, जो काम के नहीं है वो भी मैं छोड़ दे रही हूँ. Compulsory acquisition of immovable property where the consideration exceeds 2,50,000. Now twice they have asked this in exam. और compulsory acquisition देखते से students do 10%. But the limit they have given is that amount received in compulsory acquisition is 2,30,000 and like that. हाँ? तो 2,50,000 के ऊपर अमाउंट आया तो ही 10% TDS डिडक्ट होगा. ओके, राइट. All non-resident getting foreign institutional investors, FIIs, qualified foreign investors, QIF, 5% TDS. Non-resident कुछ नहीं समझे तो 5% कर. Yeah, this one is important. 194M, individual and HUF making any contract payment other than those which are covered in tax audit. नहीं तो 194C में ही आएगा. प्रोफेशनल फीस, जैसे इंटीरियर डेकोरेटर से आप घर का इंटीरियर करवा रहे हैं. Because individuals and HUFs are liable to deduct TDS under these 3 sections only if their books are audited. But what if I am a housewife and I am doing an interior work and I am paying to architect amount above 50 lakhs? Commission we are paying above 50 lakhs. Contract payment we are making above 50 lakhs. Then 5% TDS is to be deducted. TAN is not required. Deducted for personal payment. Did you get my point? Individual and HUF, you are always covered in 194C if your books of accounts are audited. But I am a housewife. I am not doing any business. मेरे कोई books के audit नहीं होते. But I did interior with an interior decorator and I paid him 60 lakh rupees. Have I generated huge income for the interior wala? I should deduct TDS. Works contract above 50 lakhs, commission above 50 lakhs, professional fees above 50 lakhs, 5% TDS deducted. Yes. Now, 194N. Now, what I'm doing are very important sections, and because added in this is, क्या ऐड किया है इसमें बेटा? हाँ, अमेंडमेंट्स हैं पूरे इनमें. इसमें तो बहुत ही मेजर अमेंडमेंट है, तो यहाँ से अब सब इम्पोर्टेंट. बैंकिंग कंपनी, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक और पोस्ट ऑफिस 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा इफ यू आर विथड्रॉइंग, या 120 lakhs. So if the cash withdrawal is 120 lakhs, 20 lakhs तक, 1 करोड़ तक तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ना. 100 lakhs, 20 lakhs पे 2%. ठीक है. And if the person is a defaulter, who is said to be defaulter, ma'am? If the person who is withdrawing has not filed his return for the last 3 years, then he is said to be defaulter. तो फिर up to 20 lakhs nil, 20 to 100 lakhs 2%, 100 lakhs के ऊपर 5%. Yes. कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी, कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज में ऐड हुआ है 194N में. Let us go to note 9 now. I have given one very nice problem. 194.9. We are doing GIS. Those who want to do detail, DT Sarathi में 2 classes I have taken and I have solved each and every problem also over there. Yeah, this one. देखो. In case of cooperative society, word is missing, cooperative society, a person, generally the limit is 3 crore. 3 crore के ऊपर withdrawal किए तो 2%, या 1 crore के ऊपर किए तो 2%. But if you are a defaulter, then 20 lakhs to 1 crore 2%, या 20 lakh to 3 crore 2%, 1 crore के ऊपर 5%. Clear to all of you? Right. One very nice example problem I had added. Yeah. Problem number 12. आ जाओ. Compute TDS in following cases assuming keep their withdrawal, and from 7th onwards all are defaulter who have not filed their return for 5 years. If you have not filed your return for last 3 years, for which due date of filing return is over, you are said to be defaulter. तो हर्षित 1 करोड़ 10 lakhs विड्रॉ किए, तो 1 करोड़ तक तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, 10 lakh पे 2%. प्रणव 90 lakhs nil, कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी nil, कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी 310, तो 10 लाख पे 3 करोड़ तक प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बाद में 2%. वैभव 210, तो 1 करोड़ तक प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, 110 पे 2%. ए लिमिटेड 1 करोड़ 5 lakh, 1 करोड़ तक प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, 5 lakh. आर यू गेटिंग? फॉर ऑल एसएससीज द लिमिट इज 1 करोड़, ओनली फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी 3 करोड़. अब यहां से डिफॉल्टर है 90 lakhs, तो डिफॉल्टर है तो 20 lakhs तक नील, 20 to 90 2%. वरुण 120, 20 lakhs तक नील, 20 to 100 80 lakhs पे 2%. उसके अबव जो 20 lakhs है उस पे 5%. राकेश 45 lakhs, 25 lakhs पे राकेश is a defaulter, तो 20 lakhs छोड़ दो. See, if the person is defaulter, then 20 lakhs to 1 crore 5%, 1 crore के above 20%, सीधा 5%. So Rakesh 45 lakhs, 20 lakhs छोड़ दो, remaining 25 lakhs पे 2%. कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी 330, 20 लाख छोड़ दो, 20 से 300 280 पे 2%, 30 lakhs पे 5%. Clear to all of you? Very nice problem, and same kind of bits can be asked, beta. 194N. 194N says, I want to repeat to make you learn. I know that you all have followed, that if you withdraw above 1 crore, bank wise, this is the limit, huh? All saving account, current account from a bank, 1 crore से ऊपर withdraw किए तो 2% TDS कट जाएगा. And if you're a defaulter, then 20 lakhs to 1 crore 2%. The 1 crore के ऊपर 5%. Same limit for cooperative societies 3 crore. 194O, e-commerce operator. You remember I've drawn diagram and explained he is the seller, he is the buyer or the customer. E-commerce operator collects and gives the money. So e-commerce operator will deduct the TDS 1% of the gross amount of sale receipt. Sometimes this person is paying directly to him, but booking was done through portal, no? So even though he has paid directly, he will deduct TDS and pay. Okay? In case if the seller doesn't give the details of PAN, 5% TDS. Generally, if PAN is not there, 20%. Otherwise, 5%. Okay? Good. Anyone is having any doubt? Next. 194P, senior citizen above 75 years who's having pension and interest income in the same bank. Bank will deduct TDS on average tax and pay, and senior citizen is free from filing the return. 194Q versus 206C 1H. एक TCS का section भी है, दोनों के provision same है. 194Q is saying if the buyer, okay, what is 194Q is saying? Buyer whose turnover is exceeding 10 crore, okay, on purchase, last year का turnover buyer का 10 crore से exceed हो रहा है. This year if he purchase more than 50 lakhs from a single party, 0.1% TTS. और अगर पैन नहीं है तो 5%. ओनली इसमें 5% है और 194 ओ में 5% है, बाकी सब में 20% if PAN is not there. फिर से buyer, your last year's turnover is above 10 crore. You are buying from a party above 50. उसका turnover कितना है, seller का उससे मतलब नहीं. So we will deduct TDS at the rate of 0.1%. Okay? Now 194Q के साथ 206C 1H करना जरूरी है. उसके लिए पीछे नोट भी आएगा, कर देंगे। मैं आपको यही बता देती हूँ। 206C1H है, in which seller's last year's turnover is above 10 crore and he sells over 50 lakhs, तो he will collect TCS at the rate of 0. मैम अगर दोनों का टर्नओवर 10% से ज्यादा है, बायर एंड सेलर, 194Q and 206, hot favorite question for MCQ, then which one will prevail? 194Q. सब नोट में है, आगे आ जाएगा. 194R is perquisite. In a business, if you are paying perquisite, you know what is perquisite? Benefit to someone in cash and kind. See, Amitabh Bachchan is doing the ad of Bikaji snacks. Bikaji, Amit ji, आता है ना? तो when he does the ad, around 50,000 rupees के पूरे packets वो background में display, and then they say, sir, you can take this. This is yours. So is the company giving perquisite in cash and or kind? Yes. Then 10% of the perquisite. This is just an example. I remembered. I said any business, if the perquisite is given above 20,000, 10% TDS is. Nowadays in business also so many perquisites. If you do this much turnover, we'll give you a 3 nights, 4 days stay in Goa and all. These are all perquisites. TDS is deducted. 194S recently added Bitcoin virtual digital asset, 1% TDS rate hai, paid by specified person where the consideration exceeds 50,000. In other case 10,000. Now who are specified person? अभी हम पीछे पढ़ते हैं, ठीक है? Right. Contract payment में I wanted to talk. See, a product payment for production of content as per specification of the telecaster. It's a works contract. TDS is applicable. A payment for acquisition of broadcasting rights of content already produced. It's a sale. Sony Max has taken the rights to show Suryavansham movie as many times. This is this. A payment for acquisition of broadcasting right of a movie. This is like contract of sale. TDS is not applicable. But a payment of product or content as per specification of the broadcaster. Yeah, we are saying to Sony Live that we want to do this show at this time, Indian Idol or whatever. Then it's a contract between the company and the telecaster channel, TV channel. TDS will be deducted. Already this question is solved. You can check. Wherever the contract payment exceeds the limit, देखो, individual payment is not exceeding 194C, 30,000. एक भी नहीं. But 13, 30, 28, 25, देखो, 13,000 plus 28,000 plus 25 plus 25. See, till here it is 91. As soon as I pay 10,000, it exceeded 1 lakh. तो पूरे अमाउंट पे 2% TDS कटेगा in the last payment. Wherever the amount, this is a beautiful example and same can be asked for 2 marks, 3 marks. Wherever the payment exceeds the limit on the whole amount, the TDS is deducted. Okay. I'll make a very small video on the paper pattern and weightage of the small topics and all. So stay connected to this channel. I'm always saying subscribe to the channel till your exams, please. These are nice problems. Senior citizen, ये रहा देखो, 0.1% TDS कटेगा. If 194O 206 सब है तो 194O ऑनलाइन वाला, but 194Q versus 206 है तो 194Q will prevail. What is 194Q? Buyer will deduct the TDS. ये एक एग्जाम्पल पढ़ लोगे तो क्लियर होगा. It's very nicely made, covering up everything, all the bits. सेलर का टर्नओवर 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा है, बायर का नहीं. एंड दिस इज सेल और परचेज इज एक्सीडिंग 60 lakhs. सेलर 50 लाख के ऊपर जैसे ही गया, सी ओनली 194N विड्रॉल ऑफ कैश and 194Q. Once you exceed the limit, on the balance only TDS is deducted. जब बोल रही हूँ ना तो पता चल रहा है ऐसे दिमाग हिल रहा है बिल्कुल. This needs lot of energy. Marathon class 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Okay, so this time TDS लगेगा या TCS क्योंकि सेलर का टर्नओवर ज्यादा है. बायर ने पैन दिया तो 0.1%, नहीं दिया तो 1%. This time buyer's turnover is more, so buyer will deduct TDS 194Q. So like if PAN is not given then 5%. वहां पे TCS में नहीं दिया तो 1%. अब बायर एंड सेलर दोनों, तो फिर कौन प्रिवेल करेगा? 194Q. TDS लगेगा. Yeah, virtual digital payment TDS is 1% for specified person if the value exceeds 50,000. Who is specified person? Chota mota individual. If their turnover whose turnover does not exceed 1 crore means जिसका books of accounts audit नहीं होता है, or individual and HF who's not having business income. So for small people on virtual digital asset, TDS is deducted at 1% above 50,000, otherwise above 10,000. Online gaming, I've already told you. These are solved questions. I'm skipping. You can check 1 bit questions. Due date of the TDS statement is quarterly. June का 31st July, लेकिन TCS का 15th, 31st October 15th, 31st Jan 15th, and so on. मार्च का लेकिन अप्रैल नहीं है, 30th मार्च में. See, there are so many people for whom yearly once we deduct TDS. So मार्च का it's 31st May, TCS के लिए 15 में. Date for submitting quarterly statement. From due date till actual date of deduction. If I had to deduct TDS in Jan, I missed February, I deducted 1% interest. But after deducting in February, by 7th of next month, I should pay in government account. I'm keeping in my pocket. So 1.5%. From date of deduction till date of payment, 0.5%. If they are not submitting, deduct higher rate. Okay, right. TCS, tax collected at source. 100 rupees seller will collect and suppose 10, so they'll collect. TDS deduct होके net पैसे आते हैं. TCS में extra money you have to pay. From 1 to 7, TCS is not applicable if goods are taken for personal consumption or if they are taken for. So only in case of dealers, 1 to 7. Dealers, not manufacturers, not the consumer. TCS कहाँ collect होगा? Dealers. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, TCS लगता है. Tendu leaves, timber, forest, sir, forest product. You all know Tendu leaves say gutka and pan masala. All this is 2.5%. Scrap and alcoholic liquor 1%. Highest is Tendu leaves 5%. Minerals, coal, lignite 1%. Parking lot, toll plaza 2%. Sale of motor car above 10 lakhs 1%. Overseas remittance, इसमें changes हुए हैं, अभी मैं आपको कराती हूँ पूरा. और ये 206C1H ये हमने already कर लिया. I'm not discussing all the others because they are very simple. Yeah, this one I want to take. There are changes in rate of overseas tour और इसमें problem आ सकता है बेटा. Where amount is purchased for, overseas tour package, lodging, boarding, सबके लिए हम currency convert pay कर रहे हैं. तो up to September 5% overseas tour package पे TCS लगता था. But after 1st October 5% till 7 lakhs, Beyond 7 lakhs, it is 20%. अगर 1 अक्टूबर के बाद you are taking overseas tour package, तो up to 7 lakhs 5%. Beyond 7 lakhs 20%. पहले तो पूरे अमाउंट पे 5% था. Now, remittance. You want to remit the money for education or medical treatment or for any other purpose up to 7 lakhs, no TCS. Remittance for education and medical treatment above 7 lakhs, 5%. Remittance for the purpose other than education or medical treatment in excess of 7 lakhs. See, up to 7 lakhs nil. In excess of 7 lakhs, 5%. मेडिकल और एजुकेशन के लिए. और मेडिकल और एजुकेशन को छोड़ के 5% on excess of 7 lakhs, 20% on excess of 7 lakhs from 1st October. तो सपोज आप घूमने जा रहे हैं कोई और पर्पस के लिए, you want to exchange the currency, then 20%. If you have taken education loan up to 7 lakh, no problem. There's no change in TCS for education loan. It's very reasonable, 0.5% above 7 lakh, 0.5% in excess of 7 lakhs. ठीक है? Okay, let us go to the end of DT compiler where past exam questions are given from all the topics. Since 21 I have given head wise, मैंने इसको divide किया है. मैंने MTP और RTP wise नहीं दिया, मैंने head wise. हाउस प्रॉपर्टी के पूरे एक साइड है. यू रिमेम्बर टोटल इनकम के प्रॉब्लम हमने वी हैव सॉल्व्ड इन वन क्लास, टोटल इनकम प्रॉब्लम्स. सो आई एम सॉल्विंग नाउ TCS TDS के प्रॉब्लम्स. डिड यू ऑल फॉलो TDS? कमीशन एंड ऑल 15,000 के ऊपर 5%. लॉटरी ऑनलाइन गेमिंग 30%. बट लॉटरी एंड ऑनलाइन गेमिंग का 10,000 का लिमिट है. इंटरेस्ट डिविडेंड एंड ऑल 10%. रेंटल इनकम अबव 2,40,000. सो ऐसे बार बार बोलने से याद हो जाएगा बेटा. पेज नंबर 309 पे आना है हमको. 309 पे आई हैव गिवन 300 पेजेस में आपके क्वेश्चन आंसर बूस्टर नोट सब आ गए. 21 का क्वेश्चन है. कोविड के टाइम में रेट TDS रेट को 75% कर दिया था. इफ नॉट चेंज विल डू, बट कॉन्सेप्ट तो करेंगे. Mahesh has paid 6 lakhs to fresh cold storage for preservation of fruits and vegetables. He is engaged in wholesale business. His turnover is 3 crore. So if you hire a cold storage, TDS कौन सा लगता है? 194C. It's a contract on 6 lakhs. He will deduct the TDS. 194C contract payment above 30,000 each और aggregate अगर 1 लाख के ऊपर है तो आपको करना पड़ेगा. किसको पे कर रहे हैं? इंडिविजुअल एंड HUF 1%, अदरवाइज 2%. हियर दे हैव टेकन 1.5% क्योंकि वो कोविड के टाइम का है. 2% कर दो. 6 lakhs का 2% TDS कटेगा, 12,000. ओके, done. Next, Ramu, a salaried individual, has paid 194 IB. Just now we did. He's a salaried employee and he's paying rents above 50,000 from July to March. Yes. So 194 IB will be applicable. Okay. For how many months? 60,000. July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. 60,000 into 9 into 5%. They have done 3.75. वो तब रेट सब्सिडाइज किए थे कोविड के टाइम में. लोगों के पास कैश नहीं था TDS भरने. तो जैसे TDS के जो भी रेट है उसका 75% पे करो, तो 60,000 into 9 into 5%. And if the person is not having TD PAN, कौन? शिव कुमार, जिसको रेंट पे कर रहे, तो 20% डिडक्ट होगा, 20%. That is 1,08,000, but restricted to 60,000. 20% deduct होगा, but not exceeding last month's rent, that is 60,000. Clear है? Couple bought overseas tour package for his family from an agent for 5 lakh. So 5 lakh पे 5% अगर पहले है, अगर 1 अक्टूबर के बाद है तो अप टू 7 lakhs तो 5% ही है, तो no problem, this is right. 5 lakh पे 5%, 7 lakh के above it is 20%. Okay, just 2 minutes, I'll do that. Okay. Are the questions clear? Applicability of the TDS knowledge? Chalo. So tour and package, it is 5%. Definitely they will ask one question on withdrawal, cash withdrawal, and one on tour operators, because there's a change. XY partnership firm is selling its product through e-commerce. So 194 O for online business, 194 O for online business. Credited. Okay, so they are selling the product provided by e-commerce operator AB Limited, credited in their books 490, a sum of 4,90,000. Okay, made during the month of February. Mr. Rai, who purchased product R through the platform, made payment directly. I told you, even if the recipient is making the payment directly to supplier, still 194 O में TDS deduct होगा on 490 plus 60,000. 490 plus 60,000, that is 5,50,000 पे 1% TDS is deducted on 194 O. Okay? Any conflict in your mind? Ask. This question is asked twice already. ABC is a producer of natural gas. During the year, it sold natural gas, and it has also incurred 1,70,000 as freight for transportation. It raised the invoice clearly segregating the value of gas as well as transport charges. AB LLP paid the job charges. ये तो next question आ गया. One second. AB Limited being producer of natural gas sells the gas as well as transportation charges mila ke. So even if it is charged separately or together, it does not alter the basic nature of such contract, which remains essentially a contract of sale. See, you are selling gas and you are giving transport service. But when you are selling gas, it is a contract of sale. And on contract of sale, 194C is not applicable. 194C is applicable on works contract. So TDS will not be applicable. Third one. ABC LLP paid job charges to XY for embroidery. ओके फिर से वही बात, यहाँ पे तो चार्जेस एक्सीड नहीं हो रहे, बट वंस दे एक्सीड 194C लगेगा. 194C सेम क्वेश्चन, टोटल पेमेंट. अमर पेड, ये कोल्ड स्टोरेज वाला क्वेश्चन रिपीट आया है. इट हैज रियली कम रिपीट. S and Co Limited paid 25,000 to one of its directors sitting fees. Okay, TDS will be deducted under 194J. I said ki 194J, the limit is 30,000, but it's not applicable for payment to directors. It's not applicable. So, बिल्कुल 194J में 10% TDS कटेगा. Okay. 220 paid to Mohan, a resident by state of Haryana on compulsory acquisition. 194IA, but not applicable because the sale consideration is not exceeding 2,50,000. Purushottam, a resident of India dealing in hardware goods whose turnover is 12 crores. He purchased the goods, okay, on various dates. So he is the buyer और उसका लास्ट ईयर का टर्नओवर 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा है, तो 194 क्यों, अबव 50 lakhs. सो फर्स्ट 25 lakhs नील, यहाँ पे भी 25 lakhs छोड़ दो, रिमेनिंग 2 lakh पे 0.1% and 28. See where the 50 lakhs last year's turnover exceeds 10 crore. This year wherever the turnover exceeds 50 lakhs, TDS will be deducted 0.1%. Clear? That's all. So today evening you can check this collective questions. These are all past exam RTP, MTP questions put together chapter wise. So it's a benefit, and if you have any doubt, put me a messages in Telegram group or in Challengers group, right? So what is the thing you have to do today? Whatever topics we have covered, TDS, clubbing, set off, non-resident, do the problems from DT compiler and past exam questions from the last few pages. और क्या करेंगे आप GST में? Can you do the procedural part chapter 1? Simple, basic for constitution 246 and all theory questions are coming. What are advantages? And registration chapter. Registration के लिए compulsory apply करना है, कुछ change नहीं है उसमें. And your payment, tax invoice. हाँ, तो ऐसे एक एक दिन the topics which I have done in GST Sarathi batch also in one day. Can you do it? And then tomorrow we'll do the most important ones in class. Okay, right? Yeah. Now you can do the MTP 1 and MTP 2 with paper pattern with concept 1 hour class of May 24. Earlier attempts also I will put the playlist if you want to check. Right? Wish you very all the best for your exam. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I'm little doubtful about tomorrow's timings. If there is any change, I will let you know. Yes, in the Challengers and Telegram group. Thank you so much for watching till end. Comment below if you really felt that TDS